My people, our people, one people. So say one, no more so say all. We're not a so say one, so say all country anymore. We are saying so say one, so others scrutinize to determine whether that one person, what they are saying, it makes sense for the rest of the country. Liberia would not be a so say one, so say all country anymore. Everything that happens in the country is going to be scrutinized. Your proximity to power is not going to shield you from scrutiny and accountability because this future of our children is far way more important than so say one, so say all. You're welcome. I am your host here, Mr. Ensu Opazina Bulakai Dwalu. It is my pleasure to always be here to talk Liberia. Nothing gives me more pleasure than being a part of uplifting this country. Liberia got to develop. Nothing must stagnate the development of Liberia. Nothing must stand in the way of our collective growth. Liberia must meet a full potential in our lifetime. This moment, we are not postponing the development of Liberia. Anything that stands in the way must be crushed by the people. I want to welcome all you guys everywhere globally, most especially from back home across the 43,000 square miles of our country. I say you're welcome. Along the 350 miles of coastline, we say you're welcome. From Roberts Sports all the way to Harper, welcome to Liberia throughout the length and breadth of our country. Those of you here in these United States, we say welcome to the show. People that are down under in Australia, welcome. Those of you guys that are watching from Europe, we say your hello. All across Mama Africa, we say welcome. Grace Falconian, Victoria K. Falconian, welcome to the show. Henry Tue, welcome. How are you doing, my brother Samuel G. Sarabasa? Mr. Sarabasa, welcome to the show, man. How everything with you? My own brother Jerry Dubley. Happy birthday to South Beach. Where's that show? Jerry Dubley is in the house, the boy from Riverside County. To the great people of Riverside, we say you're welcome to the show. Agnes Bestman is here. John Oberly is also here. Moses T. Tembe, I'm welcome to the show, my brother. Alakakata City, Margibi County, how are you doing? Everybody, man, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Liberia is getting better. The noise will not stop what is happening in the country. Again, you got to understand, the noise will not stop what is happening in the country. Nothing is going to stop the brouhaha. We are not going to pay attention to any kind of noise you make in Liberia. This country got to go in front, and we will go in front, and nothing will stop. We will put the trash outside from every now and then because Liberia will go in front. We gotta laugh small before we start the show.
Like beating you looking for you, we get it. That Moses Gray, they pushing get like chicken feathers, so. I got Moses Gray, now turns to push and start car. But who invited Gray? Police pushing so. Did I hear Gray say let him come again? Oh, the Paris boy is taking serious exercise. The police is carrying him on campus for lunch. This is not force, but escort.
Yes. Welcome to the show, Marcia Snarling. We're going to say this to Langley, Virginia. If you got some evidence for us, please bring the evidence and rid Liberia of this curse, this mess, world best, Africa best, Liberia mess. Langley, if you have something for us, please give it to us. This country moves ahead. Sally Roberts is here, and Popping Pressure Satya is also here. Joey Brown is watching out of the UK. Chesetta Clora Taylor Smith, Madam Smith, how are you doing? Boom. Fire in Sabibo. Luke Sharif. Mr. Sharif, man. Yaman Thompson, how are you doing? Roberta Kaya, Atlanta, Georgia. Yo, thank you for popping in here. Liberia. A lot of things happening in Liberia. They're too damn plenty. Let me tell you something. If anything, that will bring a degree of transformation to Liberia, that means some people got to cry in the process. There's nothing against being greater joy knowing anybody. I'm not saying anybody's guilty, but if it means every single government official that harms this country, they're going to be in the same predicament, I'm all for it. If they're going to be in the same predicament, I'm all for it. If they are going to be in the same predicament, I'm all for it. We must ensure Liberia is above every single individual. Nobody must be above the law in our republic. The state, our republic, must sit far above any one individual, irrespective of the position he or she holds. Liberia is the most important we have. We must protect it with everything we do have. You're welcome to the show. You're welcome to the show. As Madam former Vice President is taking the South Beach today.
Madam Chair, where are you heading?
The former Vice President is taken into custody. The former Vice President.
So, Chief Justice, not Corporal, yes, that's Corporal, right? Yes, Chief Justice Corporal, may the revolution be televised. Take the camera in the courtroom. May this revolution be televised. You know, somebody reached out to me. They said, Dwalu, why if they were prosecuting these people, and then when their President Baga leave power and the other government won't prosecute them, to let them prosecute them? In fact, the mere fact that people know they are going to be prosecuted for their stewardship, if their stewardship harms the republic, if that discourages people from harming Liberia, please prosecute anybody who serves in government and that person undermines the development of our society. What's wrong with that? If President Baka leaves power today, so because I don't want to be prosecuted, so that means the other people that harm Liberia will not prosecute it. So we'll be going there forever and forever and ever. If prosecuting former government officials that harm this republic means that future government will prosecute anybody who harmed Liberia, this is a good day for our republic. Anybody who says, but when you're prosecuting people, the day the people come back, I am not worried about those people coming back. Liberia will select the best and brightest minds. We are no longer going back. If another government comes to power, if Mr. Comey is fortunate to come to power, Mr. Comey, please prosecute anybody that you got evidence that is harming our republic. So because I don't want to get prosecuted, the way Ellie Johnson Sirleaf did say, you know what wrong? The way Jowia did, Jowia say, you know what wrong? I can't prosecute Ellen because, you know, I got to protect Ellen. Your job is to protect the Republic of Liberia. Your job is not to protect government officials. President Bouakai is on to something here. Don't protect anybody else. We must protect you. You know, sometimes I can let people understand. Do people really understand what Madam Jewel Howard Taylor is being charged with? Do they really know what Jewel Howard Taylor is being charged with? You know what? I'm going to have the Justice Minister remind people what Jewel Howard Taylor is being charged with. These are no small crimes. And by the way, anybody will tell you this is a wisdom, that's a complete lie. Anybody will tell you, say, oh, and you're taking, these charges, they have evidence to be substantiated because or else the judge would not have sent her to South Beach today. You're listening to the Justice Minister as she reads out the charges against Madam Jewel Howard Taylor. So those of you who claiming, oh, they're charging a woman for nothing, listen to what she's being charged with. This is no small feat. It takes a lot to charge a former sitting vice president. You got to cross every single T. You have to dot every single I to make this possible. You think the Americans don't know? They've been tracking this for years. You think the Europeans haven't been tracking this for years? You think the NSA is not tracking this? So you're in some hotel room in Dubai and you think nobody in that room? Something wrong with you. Listen to the Justice Minister, Mr. Tue, Councillor Tue, as he explains exactly what this woman is charged with.
Joel Howard Taylor has been formally charged in connection with the ongoing investigation into an alleged transnational narcotics network on the Republic of Liberia. Madam Howard Taylor was stopped from departing Liberia at Roberts International Airport and subsequently taken to the headquarters of the Liberian National Police. Following investigative procedures, a review of the evidence presented by the Joint National Security Investigative Team, she has been charged with the following offenses. Under the Controlled Drug and Substance Act of 2023, violation of Section 14.83, unlicensed importation of a controlled drug or substance. Violation of Section 14.85, unlicensed sale, trading, administration, dispensation, delivery, distribution, dispatch in transit, and transportation of a controlled drug or substance. And violation of Section 14.93, illicit trafficking of a controlled drug or substance. Under Chapter 10 of the Penal Law of Liberia, violation of Section 10.2, criminal solicitation. Violation of Section 10.3, criminal facilitation. And violation of Section 10.4, criminal conspiracy. Under the Anti-Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Law, violation of Section 15.2, money laundering. The government further announces that the following alleged members and organizers of the same transnational narcotics network have been similarly charged in absentia. One,
that there are plenty of charges there that go against Manager Howard Taylor. When somebody who don't understand and they come out and say, Wishan, I don't listen to you anymore because I doubt you fully understand. Look, this woman was entirely cognizant of what was happening in the country, how the drug operation was going on. But listen to her before she was charged. She was playing innocence when she knew exactly what was happening in the country. You listen to her. I will play 2 tapes of Manager Howard Taylor about the drug issue.
The drug challenge. And I think all of us are disappointed with the way it's being handled. You saw what happened to Peachability. And I was saying to someone the other day, they need to release Peachability. You are buying your own marijuana, smoking it when you're having such a huge consignment of cocaine, Leonard. Nobody knows where it came from, how it got here, how it was being shipped. There are some places in our country that the drug people have taken control. They bring their boats, their drug back boats. Nobody can tell them what to do. So it's a real serious problem. There are communities where people know where the drugs are coming from, where they are being sold. The level where it is now, this thing has gotten somehow out of control, and we're having real serious issues. So I think the issues of drugs is an Achilles heel for this government.
The issue of drugs is an Achilles heel for this government. Manager Howard Taylor was speaking as if to say she doesn't know where the drug was coming from. In fact, she was speaking that she had inside knowledge. The drugs are coming off our coast, the drugs in the community. You'll listen to her again. Sometimes these reminders are necessary for people to know that this woman is not just being charged falsely. And I want Liberians to weigh what is happening in the country. Listen to the former vice president again.
I think that's good news.
What is your view about these drugs that is being bought in Liberia? Particularly this $19 million drugs.
My point in this whole issue is that drugs are destroying our country, and that's the truth. Drugs are destroying our families. Drugs are destroying our children. What can we do? And we have to always look inside. What has happened has already happened. What do I do as a mother? I have to make sure that my community isn't selling drugs. I have to make sure that the small shops that are around my community aren't selling drugs to my grandchildren. I have to make sure where they go, who they interact with. And my grandson is just turning 17, and he went out the other day, we were all saying he was going anywhere. So by the time I asked, where's Charlie? They said, Charlie went to the store. So when he came back, I called him. I said, Charlie, what's up? He said, I just went to the store. I said, okay, you went to the store. Didn't you think it was important to tell me you were going to the store? I said, if something had happened to you, and the police would have come to ask me as a mother, where did Charlie go? What was I going to say? I didn't know. Or I didn't think about it like that. Parents have to be a little bit more conscious about everything to protect the children, because until they become adults, they are children on our control. We must be sure that they are okay.
Madam Joy Howard Taylor.
Good afternoon.
That was Madam Jua Howard Taylor speaking. Like she was entirely oblivious to what was happening in the country as it relates to drugs. In fact, she wore t-shirts. You know, we don't want to say certain things because it's a family matter, but you know, children are being killed with this drug. People's lives are being lost. My thing is, I'm so excited to see any government official, not just for the issue of drugs, as it relates to corruption or any kind of vice in our society that is going to destroy our society. I want to see them in this predicament that is on the screen right now. This is how I want to see them. I want to see them be put in a position where they can explain to the Liberian people why they're doing what they're doing against our republic. Let me tell you, people, every day I will remind you, we cannot feel sorry for anybody who's going to harm this republic. When you do that, you say woe unto your children. You don't understand that you are dooming your children's future. Madam Jua Howard Taylor is a mother. She is a grandmother. She fully understands the impact and the negative impact of drugs to our communities, to our society, to our young brothers and sisters. I can almost guarantee you there is not a single Liberian alive right now whose family or extended family or somebody they know or somebody's that close to them whose child is not in some way negatively being impacted by this drug in our country. And then she deliberately, giving what the police have said, giving what the justice minister has said. Now, the disclaimer must be said, however, she is not guilty of this crime yet. She has only been charged. But we are talking about this because previously, Madam Jua Howard Taylor spoke as though she was entirely unaware what was happening in the country as it relates to drugs in our society. Now that she's charged formally, she's been sent to South Beach. And I want people to get up from the country and stop this nonsense about, oh, wish on. Nobody's wanting anybody. Look, I want to say this to young people in the country. CDC has set up a CDC prayer warriors. And I want to say this to the young people in the country. They won't pay you. Because me, I'm not there to stop. Because you're looking for your daily bread. The CDC boys have a lot of money. They stole a lot of money from the Liberian government. You're going to take salary. Nobody going to take less than $1,000 every month to be prayer warrior for them. The core of the Republic of Liberia is not going to change because you pray. If you want to pray, pray me a bridge over the St. John River. Pray me Kota Road going to Zwedru. Pray me 4-lane highway going into Lofa County. Pray me some bridges over the rivers of Asano County so our people cannot drown. You want to pray? Pray the garbage out of Monrovia. Let it go to the dumper. Pray the dirty water that's sitting down in Rayleigh. See, you can pray. Pray for the young women to leave our streets and start becoming prostitutes because they are leaving the interior and coming into Monrovia where they cannot make out a living. They have to sell their body. Pray me a freaking river. Just stop lying to our people. Prayer is not going to change anything in Liberia. You have to couple prayer with positive actions. If you want to get results in our society, they won't pay you. All the CDC prayer warrior, where they taking you say you're going to pray for Jua Howard Taylor. Let it pay your $1,000 every month when you want to pray for them. Look, let me tell you something. You don't laugh small, so now we're going to get too serious. My sister hear me say anything, she will get velvet, but okay, anyway. We had one girl, she wanted to go to the States. She was trying to get a visa. And she went to this prayer mother. And the prayer mother said, you must give her $100 and she will pray for her. The other say she ain't got Mayflower. When she get the prayer mother, the $100 US because she said she get also. So she wanted the prayer mother to do fasting prayer for her before she go to the US embassy to see if she will get a visa. She decided I was going all the way towards the free port. I had some containers that I had to free. And she was with my sister. She said, oh, Uncle Opa, can you carry me and drop me up all the way around when the place in Junction going towards Freeport, going towards Valtown Way. So when I dropped them off, I decided to just walk them to go to the Omaha. We went, the Omaha was supposed to be fasting and praying for her. The Omaha was swine. We have butter deeper, greater fufu with big meat on top of it. Omaha was supposed to be fasting. Then she started crying. I gave you my money for you to fast and pray for me, but you eating the Omaha. You know how to do fast and pray? I don't want to do the fast and pray. You know how to do my fast and pray for you? You ain't going on Mayflower. You go carry your money to somebody and say them go pray for you. You a government employer. My mind used to tell me all the time, Opa, that you don't want nowhere in your heart. If you want to ask something from God, you start go pray. Your pastor can pray along with you, but your pastor cannot go between you and God. He can only facilitate the process. When you carry your money to prayer, mother, the way swallow GB. For me, the way that GB, the real tip one. Real GB, I will swallow your money with. I'm praying for you, nothing. But let me tell you something. Liberia will get better. Look, I want to say something to the Sioux boys. As we're about to start the show, you are in no position to believe you can hold Liberia hostage. You are not. Let's listen to the Sioux boys before I respond to them.
We will not continue to come here and be parading. As where the government cannot resolve an issue and ensure that our school open. As well as provide for us a quality learning environment, the revolutionary spirit education package cannot guarantee the stability of the state. As where we are sitting at home, as much we cannot go to school, we are willing to consistently make the whole country ungovernable. It is our right to education and we have been deprived of our right. We are very frustrated, we are disappointed in the Bagaku administration refusal.
Leo man one. It's not you read 25 years when you go to school. There's some people that we cannot guarantee the sanctity or something like that, they said to that effect of the state. Whole day when school get in the morning, they have believed they can talk. I heard they're breaking windows. I saw some pictures on Facebook today. We are talking about renovating the university, and yeah, they're breaking windows. Well, I'm believing like the police. But if you read 25 years, so they're saying net school, net LU school, a place supposed to be going. Look, Liberia will develop. Liberia will forge ahead. This country is on the right path. President Bouaka will not waver on any pressure from anybody else because the papi mind is made up. The papi mind is made up, and we together must put our hands around this papi so he can continue. Let's listen to our sister here before we start the show tonight.
When we love our leaders, not like us. The first thing, we fought 40-year war. And at the end of the day, when Chancellor King, we said, you care Mama, you care Papa, I will vote for you. And then, what people use, at the end of the day, they abuse. When we can tell them, it means that we love them more than they do. In the aspect of the former vice president-elect Joseph and Jesus, what Jesus said, the Son of Man will be tonight. And Peter said, at the end of the day, I will not do it. Jesus said, the chicken will grow 2 times the table you will look at. So it's not strange. If your own horse sell you, at the end of the day, the street can buy you, so our leaders can sell at the end of the day. So I'm really not because your own children say, hey, who you buy your children in? Because when they can do it for you, at the end of the day, they can do different things behind you. So on the aspect of the vice president, I'm really surprised because if she meeting up with people who doing drugs, definitely she doing drugs. That what happened.
It is a foregone conclusion. You know, back in the day, we used to have this thing. Everybody that went through high school went through there. If A equals B and B equals C, that means A must equal C. It's a simple logic. If the vice person is affiliating with drug dealers, if she's being flown to Dubai and meeting drug dealers in a certain location and they're flying her to Dubai, if there is a consistency where they determine that monies are being transferred to the vice president account, that she's soliciting the money for them for whatever purpose, that means when A equals B and B equals C, then A must equal C. Similar thing is a foregone conclusion. But you know, I heard my beginner passing around, they say the man gives someone a speech in Nigeria. Let's have the Nigerian lawyer break it down for us, first and foremost. You're welcome to the show, man, all across Liberia.
Imagine that seeing NJ formally invited into legal reforms and judicial mobilization as a deliberate national strategy.
Wait, who was there yesterday? I was talking about the judiciary. in his country, his regime captured the judiciary to the extent that they had to contact some of us outside the country to get legal redress in the ECOWAS court. In the case of Mandingo, people of Mandingo against Liberia, people whose landed properties were seized during the war, the ECOWAS court gave them judgment. Judge Weah refused to comply with the judgment. The new government of Bokar has just set up a committee for the enforcement of that judgment. Second one, a judge, an associate justice of the Supreme Court of Liberia, was dismissed without any basis. Again, we went to the ECOWAS court. The ECOWAS court set aside his dismissal and awarded him $200,000. It was ordered to be reinstated. Mr. George Weah refused to comply with the judgment. Now, that is the man coming here to talk to us about the rule of law and democracy. He ruled the Liberia between 2018 and 2024. During his time, drug barons took over the country. Just on the 19th of August, his vice president, Madam Edith, was arrested on the 19th of August. She's currently standing trial for drug trafficking to the tune of $370 million in that poor country. So when you now have such character, you know, during the last World Cup in Qatar, his son, Tedious, was playing for the United States of America, not for Liberia. This man left his country for 9 days, took the money of that country to go and share his son in Qatar. So please, next time we want.
It's a situation that we do not want to exfoliate. We don't want to make it to look worthless or without attention.
I don't know, but what you want to tell you about for explaining it for us. You know, people tend to forget that former President Weah was a tyrannical idiot. Even though he was slow, closed down radio station, refused to give Patriot radio station. Auditors were killed in our country. ECOWAS court judgment he refused to enforce, left the country for 50 consecutive days, taking Liberian people money to go watch his son play. I, for one, would never criticize the young man because the young man has his right to choose whomever he plays for. But if you are governing a society and you feel it is not good enough for your son to play for that society, so you even be in position to govern that people. Not just we was just a bear for the country. He was horrible. Like I say again, I will make a plea to Langley. If they have something for us, please help us to rid ourselves of this mess. Liberia must grow, and Liberia will grow. Nothing is going to stop the growth of Liberia because we are operating now on every single cylinder. To my Peking Mark, Kula, what popping with you, Mark? Welcome, man. Thank you so much. Monsieur Snally is also here. Sakweji, how are you doing? Becca Moba, Joe Bindi, welcome to the show. Joseph Fire, everybody, man. Yo, let's start the show, man. Liberia is getting better. Some people will cry a little bit, but in good time, they will wipe their tears because Liberia will go in front. You go or you come down. But you know what they want 30 seconds long. I want you to ask y'all listen to the question way in the back. They begin to say that stupid question they ask and you watch it small.
Our eyes are really red. Where are you heading to? Where are you heading to? Where are you heading to?
Because man, tell her where you heading to. Oh my going back pepper to go pepper soup. Now where she heading? You know, another thing to police. Why you put handcuff on our woman to carry her? The handcuff is not an option. It's part of the process. Our woman supposed to be handcuffed. That's not weekend. You see that one thing that bring people. You're supposed to put a handcuff on her. Let you strong. The thing is, you're sending a powerful message. You're sending a powerful message to discourage certain things in the society. That's why you do the handcuffing. Of course, man. Momo, Sealy, welcome to the show, man. Phobe, Joseph, welcome. Winfred, is it Winifred? Accra, Fidel, welcome to the show, man. Fina Tom, how we doing? Patience, Randall, everybody, man. You're the start of the show. Liberia is getting better, and we will forge ahead on this path, and we are not turning back. We are going in front. Kota will get on Swedju Road before our house said it far. Kota will get on the road and hospital then will be built. Yes, if you stay in the way of Liberia, if you move in government and you did something bad, the other government will prosecute you. That's good thing for Liberia. Hey, welcome, y'all.
Class Reloaded, the #1 online show that brings the truth. Showcasing JMB and JKK progress all across the country.
The Class Reloaded, we are online every day. Showcasing progress the Liberian way.
Well,
JMB and JKK, they're making the way. The Class Reloaded, we're shining today.
From Monrovia City to the other counties, development talk shake the country. We talk the truth, we don't lie. The rescue mission making people smile. Roads getting better, schools better, electricity stable, no more hoping. We see the change, we see the light. Unity Party doing things right. Who talk the facts?
The Class Reloaded.
Who bring the vibe?
The Class Reloaded.
Support development.
The Class Reloaded.
Who better arise again?
Oh yes we can.
Who talk the facts?
The Class Reloaded.
Who bring the vibe?
The Class Reloaded.
Support development.
The Class Reloaded.
Who better arise again?
Oh yes we can. The Class Reloaded, we are online every day.
Every day.
Showcasing progress the Liberian way.
Well, JMB and JKK, they're making the way. The Class Reloaded, we shining today. Turn up the sound, let the people dance. Liberia progress, we get the chance. No fake news, we bring the proof. The Class Reloaded, always in the booth. From social media to the street corner, everybody talking about the new order. Respect to the hosts, they keeping it real. Liberia future, that's the deal. The Class Reloaded,
Truth.
Liberia rising,
Progress.
JMB and JKK,
Develop.
the rescue mission, we move soon.
The Class Reloaded.
True.
Liberia rising.
Progress.
JMB and JKK.
Develop. The rescue mission, we move soon.
Hey, Cleopatra, New Woman Clark, welcome to the show, man. Lucia, Louis Yasia, welcome to the show. Gina Davis, all you guys, man. Look, I'm going to say this. And people think when we say handcuff somebody, that means you just want to be extra. You're not being extra. You're following the sequence of things. I want people to understand this. They say, oh, you know, the woman was too fat. Then you double the handcuff. You made a handcuff too. The handcuff getting on is not a bad thing. It's the way the adjudication process works. I want to remind people. I want you to know something like this. Look, the adjudication process goes like this. A crime is committed. An investigation happens, and the evidence is submitted to a judge. The judge issues a warrant. That warrant, the officials go to arrest the person. They arrest the person. They put handcuff on the person. They take the person to a local jail. The following morning, they take the person before a magistrate. The magistrate hears the charges against the person. The magistrate determines bail. If that person needs to be granted bail or not, the person is granted bail. Otherwise, they're taken to a local court. They're handcuffed again, put in the back of a police squad car, and taken to the jail cell. There is a reason for that. Every time you break a chain in the middle of that reason, the adjudication process did not happen in its entirety. That means you weaken the judicial process. Every time we weaken the judicial process, we make all of us vulnerable. You know, I don't know why in Liberia we don't understand this concept. Crime and punishment, the sequence of crime and punishment, to have that erasure of crime to a substantial degree in a society, there must be a sequence of events that people don't like that must happen. Sometimes here in America, they wait on your wedding day while you are the altar that the police can arrest you. At your pa funeral, before they put your pa in the ground, when you on the graveside, they arrest you on the graveside, they put handcuff on you. There is a reason for that. For you to know that the law will be enforced. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter what stature what position you hold in society. There must be a healthy fear of the law. And I want to say this to the people that are out there that say, oh, Mr. Dwalu, when you leave the people, I want the people to prosecute Mo Ali if he did something wrong when he leaves government. I want the people to prosecute President Joseph Yema Boakai if he did something illegal when he get out of government. This is good for Liberia. So those of you who out there saying, oh, when you leave to the... No, that's not how it works. You have to have evidence to come before a judge to be able to do this. Now, unless, of course, you want to do it extrajudicially, and that will be serious chaos in the country. So if it did because you get prosecuted, so when you come... let me tell you something. Some of the nonsense that were done in only the last 6 years, where in the southeastern portion of Liberia, you love to pass around and say, only 17,000 votes. It was not 17,000 votes. Close to 40% of the votes that came out of the southeast were inflated votes. It did not exist. Where you will get a vote from to come out of power? Where? You destroy everything. Now fanfare is no longer there. When President Weah was a virgin, when he didn't know anything about politics, he could better win 25% of the vote by himself. After he is governed and brought this massive amount of drugs to our country, after he stole millions of dollars from the Liberian people, and we see how idiotic he is, how kleptocratic he is, the least capable amongst us. What do you think is his probability to come back to power? The judicial process must go through the chain. If a hand were too big, if it's too far, you have to double the handcuff. Here in America, they can put two handcuffs together, then they put your hand behind you. There is a reason for this. If we don't do this, we are weakening the process. Say in Liberia that Sinn Féin can make or do things, you're supposed to put enough Sinn Féin on the person so they can do it. This is the point. This is the point. And if we don't do this, we are not going to discourage the kind of vices that are destroying this country. So it's no job against the former vice president. It's not against anybody. If President Weah, if it's determined tomorrow that he has some stuff on him, I want him to be arrested. I want him to be handcuffed. I want him to go to the squad car. I want him to be taken to a local jail. I want him to be taken before a magistrate, and the magistrate render a judgment. And then whether he get bail or not get bail, he goes to South Beach, and then he comes before the court for adjudication. That process is very important. You can't just get your child, and when you do something, you get beaten. This is not how you do it. You must explain to that child why they are being beaten or why they are being punished, so the child can understand what he or she has done wrong. This is important. Patrick, my brother Blair, welcome to the show, man. It's a pleasure. Let's see how are you doing, my brother. How are you guys, man? Everybody, welcome to the show, guys.
Thank you, Dwalo.
Thank you, Dwalo.
Yeah. Patrick, my man, what's popping? What's going on? A lot is happening in the country. The belief now is when we leave from government, we'll prosecute Patrick Hona. On what basis? I don't know what that prosecution will stand on. But you did reason. People are not being prosecuted falsely. Hey, my brother Mo, you see, I don't know why. So that's supposed to scare somebody. And like Mo always said on the show, please prosecute me if I did something wrong. And like, oh, Don't prosecute us because then when you leave, we'll not prosecute you. Now, brother, that's criminal to sue. Let me repeat. Now, brother, not criminal to sue. What is it? I will not prosecute you, they will not prosecute me. We gotta go inform our children. I mean, Patrick, give it to you back. I think Patrick is frozen. Blair, what's popping, man? Mo.
Good evening. Me or Mo? Mo, go ahead.
No, Blair, go ahead. Go ahead.
You're sitting upstairs, so I downstairs.
Okay, upstairs, baby. Okay, Patrick, I come back. Okay. Yeah, we can hear you now.
So,
yeah.
Patrick back. See you
so it's me?
Go ahead, Patrick. Yeah, like you, Patrick.
They gotta be afraid to go for it because you get tough, you can finish soon. Anyway.
Oh no, take your time.
It's been a great it's been a great weekend. 3 things have caught my attention today. 3 things. I will start from the least. And the situation on Capitol Hill today with the University of Liberia students or students of SUP challenging the police, throwing stones at the Liberian National Police is something I think we can talk about, which is very, 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 very strange, and this should never be happening in our society. But again, this is Liberia, and I hope we get to the point where students will understand that they are students. Well, when you put up that challenge, you say, well, we're coming up, they used to say police people can take insult, they can't take assault. Correct. So when you start throwing stones at the Liberian National Police, it means that is a direct assault on the flag, the Liberian National Police. And they responded today with canisters and tear gas and all of that. So basically, we hope that the situation on Capitol Hill there with the University of Liberia can be dealt with. Also, the second thing that caught my attention, and I know everybody is talking about the Joel thing, which we will talk about today extensively. So the Joel thing also caught my attention today. The former vice president was taken to the Monrovia Central Prison after she left the hospital, taken directly to the magisterial court, and then the arrest warrant was read to her charges read to her. And you should read the document. I hope we have some time to discuss line by line how in 2021, some people came to Liberia here and they introduced her to those people. They went to a house behind Sophie there. They had series of meetings there. And then she flew to Dubai. The hotel's name that she was in Dubai is also mentioned in that rate. I mean, that's an exhaustive, detailed document, and how she met the drug kingpin from Croatia, and how he offered 45,000. He gave her 45,000 US dollars. She claimed that she used the money for shopping, came back to Liberia. Subsequent meetings were held, and just recently, on 15,000 exchange hands again. So it's an exhaustive document, which I think we can talk about. The third thing that claimed my attention today is the situation in Nigeria. The former president was invited to speak at the Nigeria Bar Association's gathering. At that Bar Association gathering, he was lecturing the people about the rule of law and democracy and dictatorship. So today, one of the former presidents of the bar had some time to talk to his colleagues. And he said, we should never, ever invite a dictator to come and lecture us about dictatorship. Not because somebody is not there, they come and lecture you and make it appear like they were a saint. This man shut down my radio station. Has he forgotten? For around 6 years, about 6 years, he shut down Roots FM as well. 2 radio stations because of dissent. This man went to Firestone on a Sunday. They wrote Christine Elder, then ambassador, U.S. ambassador to Liberia, on a Sunday. She was written and informed that there was a staunch critic of the government at Firestone. On Monday, I went to work. I was invited by the general manager, and he told me that they had invited the management of Firestone to the executive mansion. They went there, they had an hour meeting just to discuss did not work. So, I mean, it's sad for him to go and start lecturing people about democracy and the rule of law. But again, as we will have some time to extensively deal with these issues, let me say thank you for the show today.
Thank you. Before I go to Modem, I want to play a small clip from what happened at LU campus today. I heard some of the windows were broken. The LU just got a little over $6 million for additional renovation. Soup needs to get his stuff under control. Let's watch this a little bit. Some of the stuff that happened on LU campus today. I'm going to stop there right away. Mo, let's hear from you. Sandy guys, when you guys start from up there. Let's hear from you. What's popping with you? What's going on regarding anything? We got a lot to talk about here today, especially the Joe Howard Taylor issue. A little bit about what happened in Super World Ball. What's happening, man?
Well, Dwalo, good evening, and good evening to everyone. Let me say, I might not be taking the full 2 or 3 hours on the show. I'll try to come on almost every night, but I've got some health issue that I have to take care of, and sitting longer hours does not help me. But let me see. I watched the part of the video today. The first thing is university students want to boo people, and they don't even know who is visiting the university campus. And then they hear name and they assume it is this person. And they jump into just booing and running behind people as if to say there are some mujahideen. Soup is noted for engaging people intellectually. At least that is the soup that I know.
Yeah.
We engage people intellectually. We made sure. I mean, if you refuse to engage or and bring violence, then that's a different thing. But we will call people and challenge them to intellectual battles because we thought that is the way to go about it. That's why years before, they called the University of Liberia the macrocosm of the larger society. We are supposed to set good examples. If we UL students, some of them, particularly from our party, their resort to everything must be violent, everything must be, insults, everything must be agitation that does not require agitation. There are some things you resolve through just discussion, just having intellectual exchanges with people. That time where students were being brutalized and all these kind of things, that kind of time not pass. That's why the student struggle is never static.
Right.
It's not something you say, oh, the struggle is always the same. If we have done violence, and it is not working, the question we should ask, that's why as students we must research what will work, what can we do differently in order to make the people to hear us. And I've seen with many people, you do all the agitations, you make all of the you create all of the violence scenes and all these kind of things, you're not really selling yourself for the larger society. You see, Dwalu, there are employers who will watch students. They will watch you from your behavior. You be over there today, you're doing all of these things. There are employers out there watching you. They are watching your behavior. They are watching your attitude. And then you come out, you apply for a job, you go, you sit down, you interview, they interview you, you do all kind of things, you can't get the job. And you start wondering, I wonder what happened. I wonder what happened. But people have been following your trend of development because no employer wants a person who exhibits violence. If I am watching you from your school days, you are exhibiting violence, right? Every day is some kind of violent behavior. You exhibit violence every day. I'm thinking when I employ this guy, this is what he's going to bring about in my place. He's going to bring about violence in the place, going to mobilize employees to rise up against us. So let there be there. Then you see some people who they never knew in the UL, they see them excelling. And you start wondering. Look, people can admire you in student politics. There are many student leaders who graduated from over there. People admire them because they didn't just go about instigating violence. When it was extremely necessary, they took some action. We're there when it was extremely necessary, we took action. And so it's just a caution to our comrades. It's not all the time that you have to engage into something, into confrontation and all these kind of things. Learn more to engage into intellectual confrontation. Let people admire you by your intellectual output. And that's why people used to admire Soup 4.
That's right.
People used to go there to just stand around the Palawa Hall to hear Soup leaders speaking, the LU terms and all the kind of thing. In fact, I used to make Soup leaders used to read. They will read all the books just to learn some kind of big word and come and use it and people clapping. We admire that one. Not every time you see policeman, you ready to turn right. You see somebody you don't even know, you ready to call him name. I think one representative or somebody who went to just walk around today and calling
it was Romeo Quia. They were calling Steve Quia and Steve Quia. It was Romeo Quia.
Yeah.
Now on the other hand, I listened to the former president of the Bar Association of Nigeria. There are several things today he cataloged. One was the mayor called to come talk to the Bar Association. This is the same man who invaded the judiciary in his country.
Abused it.
This is the guy who, in fact, the guy said the man who sacked an associate justice.
Without cause.
And the man took flight to the Supreme Court, to the ECOWAS court. I was there. I participated. There are a whole lot of things he said today. He said, so we got to be serious. We can't be inviting dictators. Now, we used to say...
he only made one error. Instead of he said 43 days, he said 9 days. That man left for here for 43 days to go watch his son.
Consecutive days.
When we said that this man is a dictator, the man even talked about the land issue in Ganta. That was taken to the ECOWAS court. And he said it's only recently that President Baka had to reset
a committee.
They reestablish a committee to go and solve these problems. But I will end up on this. And the matter all right. You go on that kind of big stage And you're talking about brain circulation. Who circulates brain?
I doubt he probably even understand the word. He never wrote that speech to begin with.
But you
But
know, I don't blame the guy.
yeah,
It's the
yeah.
people who wrote the speech for him.
Mm-hmm.
Look, you got to study your candidate. You got to study your person, right?
But more, if the person
have
too
to
dull,
know.
even how you study there will be hard for you to put something together
No,
for
no,
them.
no. You see, Dwalu, there are certain things you have to help to make the leader. You got to study the leader's weaknesses and their strength.
But then you
Where are
have
they
SSO
from?
for the man. Geo go. That one alright.
Write something simple that
Yeah.
when he talks, the people will enjoy. You want to prove that this
But
guy
aren't
is
the Pope bring
educated.
circulation? Aren't the Pope bring circulation in our speech,
They
man?
put it
He the
there.
one mainly
They put it there.
mispronounce. So who bring circulating and
Patrick,
your brain already
Patrick,
circulating?
Patrick, at this stage, it's not only we are the problem, it's the people that are around him.
Yeah.
Because you know what? They want to prove that we are so educated. And so whenever they are writing a speech, they write complicated things.
Yeah.
So they say, the man is educated. Look at the man speaking. Do not write no complicated.
A particular speech that Eugene Nangbe wrote that speech.
Patrick, we used to help contribute to some of JMB thing there. When you look at it again, after he put out your whole thing one time, he go and tell the one he know.
Right. Thank you.
And people
That's
enjoy it. You write a whole speech. I remember we were going for debate in 2017. That debate at Pinsville Town Hall.
I remember.
They taxed me a women paid to write. We sat down the whole night writing. We sat down. I sat down with the paper. We to do it. Paper say they wanted it on their own. He agree. Oh,
yeah.
He sat down through that whole tutorial. That phone, no. Go over there. Say on your own. Toy that he knows.
Thank you. Authentic
experience.
He was himself. He was authentic. All your thing up on paper. I don't care. They ask him question, he answered it the way he knows it, and he came across natural and he performed
very well.
Stop making the man to be who he is not. That man is not educated. That's period. Don't try to impress other people. You gotta be impressing people about him.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, Dolo, the man mother was a market women, you know, where Vigo cannot go here, Mitchell car can go there. But look, we got things to talk about here. Let's come to you. Let's see what's going on. My BD loading in 2099 when you win, you want BB. Like, how you doing, my brother?
I'm good. I know. You know the thing is that the guy is so much dishonest that his story is not right. 1 minute you will say your father was a rich man up Capitol Hill. The next thing you go to the people again, you tell them growing up in the slum in Gibraltar, young men who struggle. What is his story? So the guy's life is just characterized by lies. Okay, so the thing here is that we are glad that other people outside of Liberia, they were watching all of the 6 years. And I can tell people, when you are in power, the presidency, when you are leaving, you are the vessel who is leaving, but there's a digital print. There's a print that you leave behind. And not just the people in your country or your political institution or opposition at the time you leave it with. People outside of the region of your country. That is what the guy said today. The only thing that Patrick said, the guy said 9 years. But people saw the amount of missteps that George Weah and the Liberian people went through together, because we all went through it together. But the last thing here is that George Weah is such a national embarrassment. I'm sorry to say that. Because everywhere George Weah goes, there is something that leaves behind that doesn't stand right with Liberians are supposed to represent Liberia. And this guy is a virus in Liberian politics. And I just want for seditians to know that we love this guy, but for different reasons, not for political governance.
But
this guy, you put him on the football field. I would wish today the guy we could go back in time where we'll put this guy on the field again and we'll go and cheer him and enjoy football. But our national leadership is not for this man. Because this guy, let me say, those who unleash this guy onto us. One thing I know, judgment they will come when they go will ask them that question.
I couldn't agree with you more. And since you're invoking that, before we go upstairs, and before we go to my brother Abraham, let's listen a little bit to my sister here. That it cost us more today.
When President Weah became president of this country, there are many of them, all of us, they may want to hear you gave it to him one day. And they really dashed him with it. He was what, Africa best, European best, world best, and Liberian best.
Liberian best?
Let's go ahead, Ibrahim. Liberian highlight. Ibrahim.
Yeah, let me say good evening to all the panelists here. And good evening to our followers and our viewers. I hope all of you guys are sharing this show.
But they've done a pretty good job. I want to say highlights to them. Every single day now, we are capping over 3,000 within the first hour. Sometimes we hit 3,500. Good shout out to you guys for always sharing the show. Thank you.
All right. Everyone has said, I don't blame George Weah at all. I blame the Nigerian lawyers, the Bar Association who invited this man. They kind of know very well that this man, he is not such a person. They know very well that they wanted to laugh at us. That is the reason they invited this man. For God in heaven's sake, look at the man reading his speech, his own speech. It was not 1 week that they invited this man for. This man was invited way months ahead. The man is counting one leg, if to say the man just started school yesterday. It's a national embarrassment. And I strongly believe that the Nigerian Bar Association, they should never repeat such a act again. Because, when you invited someone for them to come to speak at your program, you should be able to look at the person's track record. But look at the man that they invited. This man is a national embarrassment in his own country. But I love what the former president said, the former president of the Nigerian Bar Association. So, folks, look, if Josh Mane, we are thinking that he will come back, let him go sleep, let him go rethink. Because for me, I know that he's not coming back nowhere. Nothing for him again. The people that voted this man into power, I strongly believe that if they don't go to church, if they don't go to their mosque to be able to ask for forgiveness, I strongly believe the God of Kudugudu will have something to do with that. Thank you.
You got to have a mosque there. You got to have a mosque there again.
I know, right? And look, I look like my brother Blair said, we all love President Weah for soccer business. But the national leadership of our country is not a child's play thing. We will always remind people what this country is and how we got to move forward. Cole, welcome to the show. What's on your mind? We got anything before we go down to my brother, Councilor Ma.
Hello, everyone. Lots of things are on my mind. I think we all have covered a lot of the issue with the Nigerian attorney descending upon our former president. That was humiliating for Liberia. Whenever someone has served at the highest level, it's a reflection of the population. He didn't take over with guns. I want Liberian people to hear me well. George Weah did not take over the country with guns. People who love their children took it upon themselves to go to the poll and vote for this man when they had better options. And that would be a lesson to us as Liberian people, that elections have consequences. It's not a popularity contest to see who can dance buga the best. It's who can govern the best. Not who can kick football the best. Not who can get the most girlfriends. Not who can swim and flip his legs in the air on the beach. All the kind of funny things there, go in the studio and cut track. But who can govern the best? And to have just a lawyer, an educated and powerful lawyer, but just a lawyer, be able to pick our president, former president, apart the way that it did. It is we all should be embarrassed.
Embarrassed.
They got on Intimiata Fambule for speaking her mind. They are getting on women of prominence for speaking their mind and explaining what George Weah has done to the country. No amount of trying to bully people and cost them for telling the truth is going to prevent them from telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of getting angry that someone is calling us citizens out for empowering some of the worst characters among us to lead in that past administration. We corrected it with President Boakai, and sometimes I'm a little bit torn because I say to myself, if we had not served for 6 years, maybe if Boakai had been elected 2017, people would have been fantasizing about how this football player was going to be some kind of godsend. So it's probably good for us, it's sweet for us that he ruled for 6 years and did all the things that he did. For us to understand things differently. Sometimes, we got to learn the hard way. The old people will tell us, say, poo in the pankana. We say, poo not there, we want to see. They say, poo in the pankana. We say, no, poo not there, we bust the pankana. We bust the pankana good with George and Joel. We bust it good with George and Joel. And we have learned, hopefully, never again. President Boakai has set a standard for governance.
Higher standard.
And that standard that he set, as we said when I was a student activist many, many, many years ago, forward ever, backward never. From this day on, all we're going to do is build upon President Boakai's legacy. Even when it comes to electing people in the House, in the Senate, any election where you, like when people are going to employ your leaders through the ballot box, you should remember that you made mistake with people like Safoko then. You made mistake with people like George Weah then. And remember to do the right thing for yourself and your people. And the last thing I would say that's also on my mind very quickly, there are people who were deported from the United States of America for committing felonies. Felonies. More than one person. I don't need to name them. I'm sure all of you know who they are. Deported back to Liberia because they were in a land of opportunity and chose crime. One of them, extremely educated, went to law school and still committed felony in this country. The only reason he wasn't deported is because he's a U.S. citizen, but y'all still elected him to the House of Representatives. Another one, deported because he had guns and drugs. He served his time, and then they deported him to Liberia. Y'all elevated him to the House of Representatives. Today, that person is putting his mouth on Moali, who ain't been to jail for any real reason a day in his life. He ain't never got caught selling drugs, carrying gun, and all those bad things. Moali, that went to school and learned and walk a straight path, work hard, serving his country. That the Moali now, the deportee who got deported for guns and drugs, trying to trash people with good character around the drug thing is disgusting.
Disgusting.
Unrepentant, convicts, unrepentant, convicted criminals. Y'all do better. Next time y'all go to the ballot, y'all correct y'all mistakes like you did in 2023.
Thank you, Cole. And that's why we'll continue to have these shows, because we owe it to our people to educate them. It's still remaining that 5% that we are sharing through. Welcome to the show, Honorable Nangwe, my brother man. What's on your mind before we get into the meat of this thing tonight?
Thank you, Dwalu. Let me say good evening to all the panelists this evening. Good to see all of you guys. I know, the man when holiday, all of them going your patio enjoying yesterday or just showing picture. He didn't want to tell anything. So, but it's good to have you guys. And let me say good evening to Liberians listening to us at home and abroad. Dwalu, I share the sentiments with all the panelists in their opening. I think Cole is right. Yesterday we spoke about, certain standards that we refuse to set for ourselves. So what do you expect if someone can be in the land of the free and the land of opportunity and take people's monies and chop it and they put it in jail and tell them say you can't practice law in the country again, but we bring the person and give them the biggest seat in our legislature? What else do you expect people to do? It tells you what kind of thing we value. In fact, not only that, our former president brought a president and made him minister in her office and gave her money to go and prosecute other people. Somebody who just coming from jail, a convict, is the one who went to prosecute other people for crime. He tell the criminals to go run behind other people. I mean, this is the kind of country we live in, and this is why our value systems, they are corrupted. This is why we don't live our standards. And Patrick is absolutely correct. Let me share a sentiment I've always said about discipline in our country. We don't hold people accountable for their actions. And that is why the situation at the University of Liberia keeps getting worse. It is not at the university only, it is permeating most of the government schools. They do the same thing for Tottenham High. The day they have a problem at Tottenham High, I mean, how you call it? What is school next to Tottenham High there? 12th Street.
JJ Roberts.
JJ Roberts will not have school. Because they will get there and start destroying and getting into the people compound and doing all sorts of things, and it is because nobody is held accountable. You got students who are destroying public property, who are disturbing this peace, and nobody is held accountable. Nobody goes to jail for 2-3 years and disrupt the whole school. When they arrest them for one day, the next day they put them back in the street. They put them back outside. So because that is becoming something that is becoming normal. And I've always said that I've observed these soup people who, what do you call them, soup or what thing, I don't know really are students, but are soup people. When they're walking the streets and nobody pay attention to them, they get angry. They need to do something to provoke attention. So they start to disrupt other traffic, disrupt other people's movement. Then they want to gain, because if the police ain't picking or ain't laying down, then they do nothing yet. Yeah. And that is what they are doing, and until a government or a president would put their foot down and say, look, enough is enough. I told you what Jerry Rawlings did to us in the University of Ghana. And like Mo Ali said, from that time, it's not that students didn't have political parties on campus. It doesn't that students don't agitate, but it's intellectually they sit with people and they get their ways done through discourse and dialogue. All right. But that time there, university professor, you say you on strike, you don't go to school. All the time you sit down, they will not pay you. Facts. But Liberia, they go on strike for 2-3 months. They don't go to school, but still you got to pay them. So you're giving them the impetus to do what they're doing.
Exactly.
And I said it yesterday. For Lester Tenney to even tender in his resignation, so people will start blackmailing presidents. The president want the university to open. When they open, the student will get on the street. They won't be happy. Look, if the people won't go to school, shut the university down. Shut it down. It is, for me, it's better that our university is shut down for the peace to be in the country than people there all the time trying to destroy public property. We got a capital over there. The legislature is right across the road. And that's where the police were today and were throwing things into that building. What kind of country there? We got there's no law and order. And no, I don't think anybody will be arrested. And if anybody is arrested from that soup, the next day, tomorrow, you see them back in the streets. All right, no prosecution, no jail time, nobody's held. You damage people's vehicles, you must pay for it. They must start holding their leaders accountable. If we don't do this, we'll never bring sanity into our country. But yet, these are the so-called intellectuals, the students who say they know, they learn. These are the people who are talking about other people with governance and this and that and that. But when they get in the street, they go as if to say they have no head, no direction, destroy public property. Then what will you say about the person who never entered the classroom before? You understand? We cannot continue to do this. All right. If professors then the staff or the workforce of the university library don't want to go to work, I believe that every time they sit down, they are not working, they must not be paid. The day they decide to come back to work, you start paying them from that day because nobody told them to sit down. The strike is not legal, so you don't pay people. But you see, now they demand that we don't want to work with the vice president for fiscal. So they say, okay, presidency, okay, be wise. I see him resign, but when people don't want to work with you, so they say, okay, let me get leader. Say no one work with me, you resign. The next thing they say they don't want a university president.
Exactly.
How they have done to every university president been going. They will tell you say they don't want her there. And the president will be forced to let her go because why? They'll say they're not going to work. And when they say they're not going to work, then the students will say they're not opening the university, they get on the streets, then they destroy properties. That thing, we cannot be living in that vicious cycle all the time. People must show that Liberia is a country of law and order. If the students have grievances, what stops the student leadership for even putting all the I don't know if the University of Liberia get one student leadership or like different party then in the student party then. What stops them from going as the University of Liberia students walking to the president's office or asking for a meeting and saying, Mr. President, we are very concerned. We want to learn. We are not going to school. Yeah, please try to get our people back in school. What's wrong with that? Does that take violence? Does that take violence? Well, simple things. People will respect you the world over that the students led a delegation to meet the president and talk about why the schools are not opening. All right? But does it take violence? Why everything we want in Liberia, we believe we got to resort to violence? Because our leaders have shown us that the only language they can hear, when you do violence, then they respond to you. And I think it's wrong. It's bad for our country. And many innocent people have gotten injured. Many people have lost their properties because of these kinds of things. That is why political parties ready. Some other people can put people on the street. They do all sorts of things. They damage property. Nobody's held responsible. Nobody's held responsible. So I think these kinds of things, it must stop. It is spoiling the country. Yes, the students need to go to school. I think the faculty need to go to work. You can't be demanding that all these things are made. If you don't want to go, look, you're working, nobody force you there. If you don't like the job, the condition of service is not good for you, resign. You are skilled. You say you are professional. You say you know how to teach. They got plenty of private universities. In fact, they got other government universities across the country. Go, let them employ you to Maryland. Let them employ you somewhere else. You don't let a work condition resign. But you holding the whole university to ransom. You holding the president hostage. The fact that the president can call you and they sit down and talk and you say you're not going back to work, then what the president wants people to be resigning for? The next thing they'll ask the university president to resign. So who will come to settle this now? Jesus Christ? Jesus Christ set king on this every being, the king. So who will come solve your problem? All right? But I think the government needs to stop, kowtowing to these kinds of things. You can have your right and people can be in your, look, you can be very right, but the way you try to exercise your right can make you wrong. And the students have a right, a genuine concern that they want to go to school and the school has to be open. But it doesn't take violence to do that. Yeah. It takes simple thing to say we want to, Mr. President, can we have an audience with a visitor of the university? Mr. President, we are concerned. Our university was getting back on track. Our semesters were going well. We have vacation school. Now the people don't want to open the university. We are concerned. The president will hear that. He will do whatever he can. If those professors there and those staff don't want to work, let them resign. But I'm calling the president now and the university that for the time they will stay out of job, don't pay them. If it start hurting them in their pockets, because they know if they stay 3 months outside, you'll get them back pay. Imagine somebody didn't work for 3 months. They pack money like that and give it to them. See, for striking, your pay. So we encourage these things. And I think they are wrong.
Thank you. Gentlemen, because we are now on the show tonight, I'm going to just ask you guys, let's keep it to our 2 minutes so we can go around the horn as often as we can. Welcome to the show, Honorable Nanuga. I'm going to come to Brother Nangbe. What you just said right now, Honorable Man, we used to have a colonel in the School of Infantry. He will always say this, gentlemen, every time you allow a man to force your hand using a relatively high degree of force and you allow it, you are reducing your possession for discretion. This is what happened to the university every time. Every time they say, oh, we do that, if you don't do that, you're reducing your chances to have the discretion you need to make your own decisions. While Honorable Nangwe is going to come to you, Honorable Nanuga, let's have you have your say, and then we'll go to the first topic tonight.
To be honest with you, I am overwhelmed by a lot of situations in Liberia and outside of Liberia. I am right now in Nigeria, understanding what the body politics is and looking at our country. I think we've gotten far without getting anywhere. With the kind of violence from soup today, it leaves a lot of sour soup in our mouths. But if you look at the generational activities that have been occurring, you realize that we have a lot to do and a lot really to do. I watched the former vice president go to South Beach today, and I realized that Liberia has really changed and has changed for the better, where what used to be purely meant for the poor and savage can now actually be for the bourgeoisie and the soft life individuals. It tells you that those days of impunity is slowly being eroded and life is taking a new turn. I must admit to you that it tells you that we on this platform are doing a lot. And it's a lot of risk we take. And this risk we take, I only said today I will come on this platform and mention people like Albert, people like Cole. I'm serious about this because it tells you that the sacrifices are not left untouched. Abraham, you are not left out. For those of you who are not in Liberia, who are not considered people who are benefiting from the largesse of government and are this dedicated, it takes a lot. And I will crown it up with Dwalu. So if I say I have a lot on my mind today, yes, I do. But first of all, sometimes it needs to recount what is it that we're doing and the sacrifices that are being made. So when the conversation goes on, I will then relay my mindset. But for now, that's where I want to leave it.
Thank you so much. Honorable Number, we're going to come to you, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually post the first question to you, and you can tie your intro into that as well. There is a saying all over Liberia, which is complete nonsense. I'm saying this as it relates to the former Vice President Balanjua Howard Taylor. What people say in the country, if you prosecute people who committed crimes in the previous administration, if they leave power, they will prosecute you also. What kind of warped logic is that? If you commit a crime while you are serving in government, why should there be any opposition to you being prosecuted? Honorable Damwe.
Well, thank you, Dwalu, and thank you to everyone else on the platform and those under the sound of our voice. It's good to come back again on this platform to just share, our insights on issues in our country. So, look, there are two things that should hold constant. If a crime is committed, then clearly there's expectation that people should be held accountable for that crime. So the accountability part is something that rests in the hands of our governing system. And that is why, in fact, we have a government. It is their responsibility to go after people that try to do things that will hurt the larger society.
Please hold on 1 second, I beg you. Dwalu, I apologize. I thought Ambrose Ma was staying like, bro. Sorry, Ambrose. Yeah, your sacrifices are coming.
Go ahead, man. I'll mess with you. Leave it. Credit Ambrose. Go ahead.
So, what I wanted to say about this is to acknowledge, in fact, that the government, who is responsible to ensure that people are held accountable, is in fact doing exactly what is expected of the government. And this, based on our systems, has to be done without fear, without favor, or whether you have status, you don't have status. And that is why the symbol for our legal system is blindfolded. And it has a scale, and it has a sword. And so those are all significant symbolism in terms of how justice must be dispersed, without any favor. And that is an example that we all should be proud of, that this is happening today. Listening to all of you in your intros, what comes to me is about accountability. People must be held accountable for what they do. And so the issue is, so people are just not accountable. They're not being held accountable. So it's going to be, a continuation. Mm-hmm. You drive to work, you see a group of 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 people just walking the street, blocking traffic more or less. The police does nothing to take them off the street. But again, people will say that, they are exercising their right. But the exercising of one right has, again, a couple of issues to consider. The exercise of your right should not infringe on my right, also in that same ecosystem. I want to come to town, I want to come to work, it should not be impeded because you are disenfranchised with something else way outside of that ring, and then you come out and infringe that. How many times over and over have we not witnessed that these people will result into the damaging of the properties of people unrelated, totally unrelated to the grievances that are being expressed? The police arrest some of them, and the next day we see them back in the street and they do nothing. No one is held accountable. The demonstration before the last one I organized at Mobile Molu, there was destruction of people's vehicles in Jalatown on their way back. Police have invited him to the police station. What has happened to that? Few weeks later, the man organizes another one. Well, probably there's no reportage that property was damaged, but their actions also impeded the movement of people. Resources police resources were mobilized, on a situation that was totally unnecessary. Every time a canister of tear gas is expensed, that's or something, that is not, that's a waste. It is a waste on the part of government. So we have to take this seriously. Now, I saw this video of people purporting to be soup, and I'm saying that very carefully because that is not the soup we know. The soup we know has been characterized here by Mo. Literally raining insults on the president of the university. And I am thinking, on our days on Cottington, yeah, we have all this small thing, but when the president of the university appears, that aura of respect is there. So even be brave to talk to the president in the way they were talking. Then that's something. It says a lot about what we are allowing now to happen to our society. And people think it's the right to do. You think my daughter on University of Liberia don't want to go to school? That few people will just hold hostage the opening of the university? I agree with you, Councillor Ma, in terms of some of the recommendations that you're having. This is unfair. So there are people that have their children in that place, and it's going to take them 6, 7, 8 years, 9 years to get one bachelor's degree. More experience is his situation here. Most of you that graduated from our university. Imagine how many years it took you. But why did it happen? It's not because you were dull, but it's because other people disturbed the opening or reopening of the university. People have to be accountable to this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Pia, welcome to the show. I'm going to actually post this question to you while you're already here. Most people don't know in the country, whether they know this or not, the president of the Republic of Liberia does not have a discretion as to whether he enforces the law or not. The president has to enforce the law if you break the law. This is constitutional. It's not discretionary. For example, where Patrick works or where Moore works, there are certain requirements that he must meet to continue in that office. It's statutory, it's law. Honorable Minister, there are people passing around the country saying, if you leave power, we're going to also prosecute you. People behaving as though the way prosecution is being worked act is as if today people are being prosecuted because they are just being prosecuted for the sake of prosecution without considering that there are evidence exists, there have been investigations done to bring about these prosecutions. How do you respond to people who believe people should not be prosecuted because when other people leave power that way, they too not be prosecuted? Honorable Pierre. On mute.
I'm not sure that there are people who believe that people should not be prosecuted when they break the law. I think the dilemma we've been in as a country that we must seek to overcome is the fact that we agree that certain things are the proper things to do once it does not affect anyone who's connected to us or anyone we got interest in. I mean, I'll give you an example. The whole country hates corruption. You see how people respond to corruption, whether they have facts or just by perception. You saw people who are university students walking behind a lawmaker. And what was striking for me in that kind of behavior was that even our university students don't know their government officials. They were sinking behind a man calling him Steve Quia, Steve Quia, and this man is not Steve Quia. It tells you where we are. So it tells you that if the very students themselves, the fact that they will call people Ro, they hate corruption. But when somebody in their circle, somebody they connected to, somebody they believe in, somebody they adore, somebody they cherished, is in the hook for corruption, then they oppose it. Everything you see going on now, I was just reminding folks at my press conference today with regards to the current ongoing situation. Some people believe that certain people, based on their status in society, should be treated differently from what the law is. And I was just reminding people today that the country has three separate, coordinated but equal branches of government. The heads of those three branches of government, in my mind, constitute the highest of the national leadership we have. When Gloria Scott was said to have committed murder, if you watch keenly, the way we treat higher people today is a little bit different from that. She was placed in handcuffs. She was thrown in a pickup butt with old people as old as 85 years or more. And Ambrose is there. He's a lawyer. Our law is very clear that when any of us seated here are accused of something, there's a presumption of innocence until proven guilty in the court of law. So where we take this mindset from just on a kind of accusation, we can be treating people like criminal, throwing them in cardboard and all of that thing is something else to talk about. But people cheered it yesterday. That's a point I wanted to make. They said they hit them, and then it's a different ball game. Then they frown on it, and it's a bad thing, and all of that. That is a dilemma the country must overcome. And I'm not sure there's any fear here as to what will happen to people when other people come to power. You don't manufacture crimes against people. If there's anyone who's in the current administration who gets involved in something that can be proven in a court of law, and prosecutors have reasons to investigate and charge you tomorrow, you will have to stand up, defend yourself in the court of law if you believe you're innocent, and prove that you're innocent. That's why it is. So when people are determined to have committed crimes, the appropriate thing will be done to it. It doesn't matter what threat comes with it.
Yeah.
Whether somebody will say, "You're doing it now," when your time comes, we'll do your own. Let that time comes. You see, I'm always reminding people on the platform, I will come back to it again. We make too much noise about the future. What is about 2029? What is about things that should happen 10 years from now? When no one here has control on whether they will go to bed tonight and wake up tomorrow. I always say that. I know multiplicity of young people who said Bwaka was sick, he was walking dead, he was dead, and all kinds of things. You can count them in droves who are dead. Bwaka is still here. I was press secretary to Ellen. There were times we come to the UN Security Council before we come back to Liberia, the guy was me, or with the place she didn't die. Ellen is still going every part of the war, fly in, plane every young person. She ended her term. All the death they wish her, she didn't die. 6 years of a different leadership king. She said, we've gone 3 years now on leadership. She stay here, she stays strong. So two things. We got to start wishing people evil, wishing them dead. Two, we have to start projecting ourselves too much into the future because we don't know whether we'll reach our future. So to answer your question most succinctly, when prosecutors working with our government determine that someone has committed a crime, they will pursue it. Let the time come tomorrow and you do what you want to do. But you got to make sure that whatever you bring got to be consistent with the law. If the law doesn't back you, even if you try to do some kangaroo thing like what it is established for them to grow your skirt, because murder is one of the most difficult things to prove. Some Jew just jumped from somewhere and said you were guilty of murder. Including an 85-year-old, nobody could explain how an 85-year-old John people to kill one child, but Jew said that. And on account of that, non-bailable, she and her people stay in jail for 11 months or more until the Supreme Court disagree.
Thank you.
So we're not moving after people because we hate them. You know, I'm the Minister of Information. Patri is a government official. He works different place. Mo Ali, he's doing a water business. But we've got people who are trained as lawyers, as investigators, as prosecutors, as police officers, as whatever they are. They got a piece of job to do when they do it, and they come to us to say, based on what we've investigated, this is what we found, and we bring in these charges against these people. We look up to them to make the case in the court of law and prove that what they said about that person was done or it wasn't done. That kind of exercise, that process, we have to continue no matter who is president here or what kind of government is in power. That's what I would say.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Mo, we're going to come to you. I got a message for you, Mo. District 7 say if you don't carry water in 48 hours, the SUV where the cartel gave you, they will post it. I just want you to know that. But Mo, I want you to take a look at this video and let hear what you make of this video.
I think I posted District 17.
District 17. Oh, okay.
I joined that call, except that I will not say 48 hours because I know Morgan play Magic to care 48 hours.
No, they don't matter.
I've been living there since 2011. I've never seen Pueblo water before. So myself was
more. District 17. So Mo, you got your ultimatum, right? Let's watch this video and hear what you make of it.
Mama, where you heading? The former vice president is taken into custody. The former vice president.
Mo, I changed my mind. I'm going to come down to Councilor Man because there's a legal component to this. And I want to ask that question that Councilor Man said the basis for. I'm sorry. Councilor Man, if former VP went before magistrate today, now, why was she not released or given bail? Is there something that must happen in the courtroom, or was the evidence sufficient to send her to the holding cell? Did not allow her bail. I understand our drug law is a non-bailable crime, but under certain circumstances, it do release bail. Is there a legal reason why she was sent out there today? Obviously, there's a legal reason, but what I mean, why didn't they give her bail?
The
there are two of the crimes charged under the drug offenses law of 2023 that makes those crimes non-billable. But as I said before, every crime in Liberia, including murder, is billable and it's under certain conditions. And my understanding now, and as I explained the last time, that because it is non-billable, they will not be talking about granting bail at the charges before the magistrate. Now, and I want to correct something the minister said earlier today at his press conference. She's not being arraigned before court. She's being charged by the police before the magisterial court. The charges are of a felonious nature, so that court doesn't have a jurisdiction. So what is going to happen before that court now is that they're going to ask, and I understand they've already asked for preliminary investigation. And that is through that process under which somebody can be granted bail. And the law says when the proof of the crime is not evident and the presumption is not great. So that is not a trial by itself. They're asking the magistrate to look at whether or not the police that charged or the prosecution can convince the magistrate that Madam Taylor has something to answer. Once the magistrate is convinced that yes, I think you have a case to answer, he's not going to be judging the case. And so people must also know that it is not where they're going to present all the evidence before the court. You know, I see people writing today because of the charge sheet. A lot of people writing that, oh, but they want here, they say she getting money. You not prove this one. You not show how she facilitated, how she protected the cartel. That is not what the charge sheet is about. And that is not what is going to go before the judge in this preliminary examination. And if you remember, even what's his name, Paul King, also requested preliminary examination, and the magistrate ruled that yes, indeed, he has a case to answer. And so, what the magistrate would do when the magistrate finds that, well, the government has established a case for you to answer, all they need to do is establish a case for you to answer. Then the magistrate is going to send that file to the upper court, which normally is criminal court C, but it will go to criminal court A for an indictment for the grand jury. When the grand jury does that indictment, and then it will go to criminal court C. It is there now that the criminal court C will arraign her before the court. And that is where now that whole indictment will be read, and the indictment is more detailed. The indictment will be read to her, and it still will not ask for evidence. It will be read to her, then she will plead guilty or not guilty. When she pleads not guilty, then she will be sent back to court. And then now they have what they call joint issue with the state. Then they will set a day now for the trial. So because that those offenses, because there are some other offenses like conspiracy, criminal facilitation, those are billable, but the offenses under the Drug Act are not billable. So when they go for that hearing and the magistrate believes, and like I gave a typical example the last time, if somebody accuses me of rape and say on flag day, August 24th at 8 o'clock in the evening at this particular hotel, Councilor Man raped this person, a 14-year-old child. And because it's a minor, it's a non-billable offense. But then when you go there, I say no, they judge the people can show what, because I don't think the people they ain't got any evidence against me. Then they say on 14. Then I say no, but on the 24th, August 24th, I was not even in Liberia. My passport, everything can show that I was out of the country. I came back on the 30th. In fact, I left on the 10th of August. I came back on the 30th of August. And I can show where I was. Maybe I was in Ghana or Nigeria during the period. This is what I was. In fact, on that particular day, this is where I was. And so when I got back home, they arrested me. So it can't be me. Now the judge, because that standard, they say what a reasonable man would think. Right. And a reasonable man will have a doubt that, is the government, is the prosecution really show that this person? Because that doesn't show So if that reasonableness, that proof is not evident, and the presumption, what they call presumption is that a reasonable person says not to presume that, oh yeah, but it could be possible that you did this. Once they say it could be possible that you did it, that means you got a question to answer.
Correct.
But once the reasonable person say no, but it doesn't make sense to anybody that the person is the, maybe you got the wrong person, because it doesn't make sense. You can link the person in any way. Then the magistrate can also grant bail. Even if you decide that you want to go through the case, the magistrate can grant bail, or the magistrate can tell you, say, there's no sufficient thing in this case, and throw it out. So that is that preliminary investigation they are going to go through. And on that, if the magistrate finds that those proof or evidence is not strong, he can decide to grant bail. But other than that, if it comes to agree that, look, you have a case to answer, then they will not be granted bail. You have to be in jail until the trial goes through and the end results come out. I understand also they file for a compassionate leave for to be granted bail because of her health, and it was denied by the court. And so that's what it is.
Thank you, Councilor Man, for that clarity, because a lot of ambiguity today on social media. Some people don't know what the process was. But Patrick, let me come to you before Mo comes back here. We're seeing
but before you go to Patrick,
yes, sir.
I think I should thank the councillor.
Yeah.
What I talked about, especially those things that come from different sectors, is what is presented to me. I don't take verbal instruction from people. So if somebody writes and says this is what has happened,
she is to be
they know their area, they said why it is, so I would say it.
Okay.
Because I don't have the capacity and the education for that sector to be questioning the one you say is not correct, the one you say is not correct. So thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, absolutely. Specialization, right? So Patrick, let me come to you on the surface. We're not just talking legality, we are talking the social issues in the country and the progression of our society. Here's the thing, Patrick. We've never seen this before in Liberia's history so easily. Not easily, so to speak, but where people that were considered powerful in the country, that they can be indicted on the laws of our society. And we see the process play out judicially in accordance with law, even though there are some people on the periphery that will come out and say, oh, it's in a vision, but everybody can see in the country that this is being done expeditiously. Everything is being followed, and example is being set across our country. What does that say about the system that you're witnessing in Liberia today, Patrick?
Well, can I just make
I don't entirely agree.
Can I just set something correct? Because the people who are listening, I don't know if they are listening to what we're saying, or they just want to hear what you want to hear. When I was just giving an example of what proof is evident and presumption is great, I said if they say that I committed rape on the 24th of August, and it's shown that I left Liberia by the 10th of August and came back on the 30th, then it gives a reasonable man to believe that. But then this cannot happen because it's shown that the person left on the 10th and the person was not even in Liberia on the 24th. This is what the person was. So I didn't say that the person can commit a crime on the 24th and run away and leave the country. So I beg you, man, when we all be listening
unless
to
the man has spirit, he can go and come. But go ahead, Patrick. So, the men in the country are all. And
well, I was.
Go ahead, Patrick.
So, to some extent, yes, but I don't entirely agree. I mean, this is the first time in my lifetime I have seen a sitting vice president in the country arrested, charged, and sent to the South Beach through the judicial process.
She's not sitting vice president.
Fact, but also with
former, yeah,
that would have sitting vice president.
Former vice president, not sitting vice
correction.
president.
Former vice president. Thanks for that correction. So,
that's what
but I'm also aware that
United keep losing.
See?
Go ahead, man. You, Tom. Go ahead.
I'm also aware that the former chairman of the NTGO, Judy Bryant, was taken to court on charges of corruption. I'm also aware that Gloria Musu Scott, former Chief Justice. So, whilst it may be a former vice president, but we should also take into consideration our democracy is growing. And we've had situations where a former defense minister, a former Chief Justice, in the previous administration were also taken to court to answer to different charges. So be it as it may, let's come back to, and again, I don't want to go to the merits of this case, because as it is right now, it is so that is going to take place. But on the overall, what this means for Liberia, especially for the fight against drugs, it has put the fight against drugs on the front burner. And I'm excited about that one thing, that people are now talking about the fight against drugs with so much passion. All the newspapers, Western media, the radio stations, social media, everybody is talking about how this administration is pursuing the battle against drugs, which is a positive that we can take from this. And if we really insist as a people that this issue of drugs in our country is a serious thing that we want to fight it, there can be no other time than to do it now. And I'd like to thank the government and all the partners, the US and all the partners that are here helping to or assisting in the investigation and all of that. This means that the government is serious about this, and as President Boakai said, no business as usual service. We've only heard about people saying one or two things, and at the end of the day, they don't do it. The fight against drugs, we've heard people say they are fighting drugs, and at the end of the day, not a single person was found guilty. Look at the people in bars, behind bars right now. Paul King is behind bars in connection with the $19 million drug. Joe Taylor, former vice president, behind bars. And the rest, and there are many other people behind bars right now. All of them. Quita is also behind bars. All of them down there. Musa Berete's son is also behind bars. All of them down there answering to charges. Look, the law does not see titles, affluence, influence, and connections in society. Yes, people may be sympathetic. Oh, this person is my friend. Oh, this person I know. It's a small society. You can understand that. You see sentiments on social media. You can understand that. But if we say that a small man should go to central prison because he brought in drugs, then any big person should also bear the.
Okay, I see Patrick's a little frozen. Oh, okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Patrick. Hello, Patrick, can you hear us, or is that me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so, go ahead. Finalize.
To conclude, I just want to conclude by saying that, look, I like the fact that people are answering. People are saying, oh, you know what will happen tomorrow? Tomorrow has itself to bring. If anybody commits a crime and think that you will escape, the people in the future should hold that person culpable. That's the kind of society we want. We don't want a society of big guns. Only the small people can go to central prison, and the big people, and we complain about this. The same people on Facebook complaining that, oh, the drug plenty in the country. When you start holding people culpable now, they start saying, amen, mama, amen, man, this and that. This should stop. And President Boakai means business.
And I agree 100%. He does mean business. And more, let me come to you before I go to call. More, let me ask you this question though. Madam Jua Howard Taylor, before she was charged, she spoke about this drug issue as though she was entirely oblivious to anything related to this. Now, I have to say this disclaimer though. This doesn't mean she's guilty of anything. The court will determine her guilt or innocence. This is not for me to determine. However, given the charges that are being read, and we'll play that when I come to call, Madam Jua Howard Taylor Moore, she spoke as though she didn't know anything about anything that was happening in the country. Before you answer, let me play 30 seconds of what she said. She said several things, but this one kind of drives it home before you answer.
The drug challenge. And I think all of us are disappointed with the way it's being handled. You saw what happened to Peachability. And I was saying to someone the other day, they need to release Peachability. You are buying your own marijuana, smoking it when you're having such a huge consignment of cocaine, Leonard. Nobody knows where it came from, how it got here, how it was being shipped. There are some places in our country that the drug people have taken control. They bring their boats, they're drug by boats. Nobody can tell them what to do. So it's a real serious problem. There are communities where people know where the drugs are coming from. where they are being sold. The level where it is now, this thing has gotten somehow out of control, and we're having real serious issues. So I think the issues of drugs is the Achilles heel for this government.
Oh, Manajua Howard today will talk about Achilles heel. It turns out she may have been some of the fire under that heel that's causing some of the problem in the country, given the charges that have been read against her. How can Manajua Howard now present herself as though she didn't know what was going on and then she'd be charged at the same time? Bo?
Well, Dwalu, like you said, it is the court that will determine, and it will be based on the evidence the prosecutors will present, and also based on the kind of defense the whole lawyers will put out. I believe very, very strongly in the evidence the prosecutors or the police or the investigation team has gathered. But we have to give it a chance for everyone to go to the court and exonerate themselves. I mean, if I were in her position, I would not say yes, it's true. Because remember, this is drug issue, something that is plaguing the entire world. Now that they say, they may work corrupt. If our corruption business, you hear a whole lot of, you would have heard a whole lot of releases. Now I hear people say, oh, what the women group doing? I saw plenty of people posting, what the women group doing? They now arrest a female, they pour in jail, a former vice president. And I am wondering, so if a woman allegedly committed a crime, they're not supposed to arrest her because it's a woman? I don't think that our feminism said. So I think everybody is deciding to give the court the chance. I mean, at times we can agree, we can disagree with the court's ruling, but we have to accept it. On the issue of the former vice president being arrested, charged, and sent to court, there was a post today one guy made. He's a blogger. He's saying Joseph Baga government jail for both rich people and poor people. Yeah, I screenshot it and put it somewhere in one of the chat rooms. He usually goes around interviewing people. They call him Wama.
Yeah.
Then Joseph Baga government jail for poor people and both poor people and rich people. Whether you poor, you rich, or when you're happy, your knee can there. Yeah, in JMB government, J is for both the poor and the rich. So we are setting a trend here. The whether you support us or you don't support us, it doesn't matter. What matters is that the law is taking precedence.
Exactly.
The law is taking precedence. You can be who? When you are linked, you go to jail. If your people able to free you, like Councillor Man said, if the government have put you in jail, the prosecutors, they don't have sufficient evidence, you could walk free. But the thing is, people will begin to be afraid to commit the kind of crime. Now, even the drug dealers, they will be thinking twice. I know they don't give up. They will come back in all kind of ways, in all forms. They will try to, like now they are fighting to distract our attention from the whole drug fight. And I hope our people will remain focused in investigating. But all I have to say on the former VP thing, when you listen to that tape, you play very carefully, long before the people could notice that people were bringing drugs from water. I think she even helped to expose the people. She talked about how they were bringing the drug from the water, from the sea, the ocean, and they were bringing it through communities that people were not paying attention to. Well, and some of the info we are getting, from what they say then, that they particular one, when they arrested the drugs, they had the swim suits and everything, diving suits, and all these marks that people can wear. It's possible. I'm not saying she's guilty, but I am saying let's give the thing a chance. Now, here is the hypocrisy, though, about our men from the CDC. They've been crying here that they post the NGMB government jails for both the poor and the rich. And everybody go to that scene jail, they catch you the first day, they put you in our police cell. That one why I slept in with the people saying whole night. They take you from there, they came to Subway.
Thank you, Mo. Thank you. Let's go to call.
Yeah, I was talking about the hypocrisy of our men. They were jumping all over the place, like Pembe, jumping all over the place from one place to another. Now, the drug case landed somewhere now. Then they say, oh, they catch the other person. The other person here, they not catch them, this and that. That you will tell the security people who to arrest. That you will tell them you knew about somebody taking money. That's why I said the other day, you can go put your evidence on Facebook, you go or you come down. They want the security people find out what we believe. Thank you, Dwalu.
And that's what they can support in court. It's not about just pointing finger. And sometimes sometimes we forget the charges that have been levied against Manajua Howard Taylor. People think Manajua Taylor just going to jail just for all the young one arrested woman for nothing. Sometimes it's fitting that we remind them. I wonder the Justice Minister to read them out quickly and have you respond so people can be reminded of these charges. This is not just one charge, it's a bunch of them. Listen to the Justice Minister of the Republic of Liberia.
Joel Howard Taylor has been formally charged in connection with the ongoing investigation into an alleged transnational narcotics network on the Republic of Liberia. Madam Howard Taylor was stopped from departing Liberia at Rabat International Airport and subsequently taken to the headquarters of the Liberian National Police. Following investigative procedures and review of the evidence presented by the Joint National Security Investigative Team, she has been charged with the following offenses. Under the Controlled Drug and Substance Act of 2023, violation of Section 14.83, unlicensed importation of a controlled drug or substance. Violation of Section 14.85, unlicensed sale, trading, administration, dispensation, delivery, distribution, dispatching, transit, and transportation of a controlled drug or substance. And violation of Section 14.93, illicit trafficking of a controlled drug or substance. Under Chapter 10 of the Penal Law of Liberia, violation of Section 10.2, criminal solicitation. Violation of Section 10.3, criminal facilitation. And violation of Section 10.4, criminal conspiracy. Under the Anti-Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Law, violation of Section 15.2, money laundering. The government further announces that the following alleged members and organizers of the same transnational narcotics network have been similarly charged in absentia. 1, Nicola Avensi, a Croatian national.
Okay, Echo, we heard those charges. This is a lot of charges. These are being read out. Now, again, another disclaimer. That doesn't mean Manajua Howard Taylor is guilty of these crimes yet. However, the government says these are the crimes they have evidence against her to support in court. Do people understand the gravity of what is at hand here? Or people just trying to politicize this thing?
I mean, I don't know why y'all keep overemphasizing that she's not guilty. We know she hasn't gone to trial yet. But we should not downplay the fact that the government is not going to charge a person that is what served as vice president, a senator, and first lady for frivolous reasons. They have sufficient evidence beyond, for them to be able to prove in court that she committed these crimes. The burden of proof is on them, and they feel that they have enough proof. So we shouldn't water this down and be talking about, keep saying, she's not guilty, she's not guilty. She's guilty. And I believe she'll be found guilty in court, because I know that there's no way she would be charged if they didn't have enough evidence to convict her. So there's a difference between the burden falling on the courts and the entire legal process to actually convict. We know hasn't been convicted. It doesn't mean she didn't do it and that they don't have enough evidence to prove she did it. So let's stop with all the semantics and she innocent. Yes, that's what the law says. But it does not mean, because if we would say everybody innocent, then nobody would ever get charged with a crime. The reason she's formally being accused by the government of a list of offenses, of criminal acts, formally accused by our government, by the justice system in our country of committing these crimes. It is a formal accusation that is going to be carried to court. The only reason we say she's innocent until she's proven guilty is because she has a right to defend herself against the charges. But we don't have to keep saying she's not guilty. She hasn't been convicted yet, clearly, because the charges have just been read. But before they can even charge her, they have to have determined that she, in their minds, have enough information to convict her. So she must defend herself with her lawyers and the judges and whatever system they'll have to figure out if she is enough to convict. There are people who are guilty that are not convicted. Conviction is just a formal recognition by the courts of guilt, right? But it doesn't, there's people who kill people that get set free because there's not enough evidence for them to get a conviction. Doesn't mean they're not guilty of murder.
True.
It just means they weren't convicted, right? So y'all stop making it sound like, people just coming up here, just telling story on the woman. That man is reading formal charges. He's listing the laws that she violated. He's listing the crimes that she's committed. He's doing so with conviction, with integrity. This man came from the private sector. He's not a political person. He's a technical person. He's a technocrat, this justice minister. He's not Musa Dine, where Jorweta and jump. He already in the air before he could pronounce the letter P at the end of the word. This is a man of honor. He has not shown for any reason that I've seen that we should not respect this. And the caliber of person, before you can bring charges against that kind of woman, you got to have an airtight case. That's why Ma Jewel took her whole house, packed it in suitcases and boxes, her whole family, and carried it into the airport to escape because she knew somebody tipped her off. That's not the behavior of a person who is innocent. Saying that someone has not been convicted in court does not mean that they're innocent, technically, right? But the threshold for the court is not the same threshold for me, called a normal citizen, looking at the evidence. And it's certainly that they would not be carrying her to court in the first place if they didn't know that they had enough evidence to convict her. Because otherwise, this would be, it's unimaginable. So y'all please stop saying it. It is obvious that she will have her day in court. It is obvious that she will have her lawyers. She has chosen to remain quiet, silent so far because she doesn't want to incriminate herself. These are things that people do when they're guilty. They try to run away. They bring all their friends in to hype stuff up. They make a lot of noise. We've seen it before. We saw it with the people that burned the Capitol building. We forget about that one yet. Powerful people burn our Capitol building, traumatize the whole country. And people are remembering, they're innocent. They did it. The government said they did it. They did it. Let them go prove they didn't do it. They keep postponing the court date, asking for extension of this and that, because innocent people don't do that. They want to get it over with. Quick. Y'all vindicate me so I can go about my life. They want to prolong it. Maybe to 2029 or something like that. But these people, we asked the president, we asked God to save Liberia. We were on our knees, women, praying for 6 years. God saved the state. Joseph Boyka came. And sometimes superheroes don't wear cloaks. Sometimes superheroes don't look like the ones on the television with the big muscles, you know, and the tight-fitted suit and the cape flying behind them. Sometimes superheroes look like your pa, your grandpa, your uncle.
Right.
Sometimes superheroes speak softly. They don't fly in the night, but they walk in the might of God and they do the right thing. Sometimes superheroes look like President Boyka. We asked God to save the state, and Boyka came to the rescue. And rescue he will. So all that thing you're talking, it matters not. She get it.
Go Pamela and President Boyka is absolutely
right.
No, but that code though, she can speak about.
She said, Andrew, then who the lawyer, then who guarding us, that the law has provision for presumption of innocence. When I say that one there at all.
No, I say that. I mean, in court. Me, I'm not judge. I'm not the one judging the case in the court. The court must presume the person innocent.
I understand what you're saying, Go. The repetition of it, I get that position, but we were just stating that just to, you know. But like President Boyka said, he promised to fix this country, and he said he will. And let hope he fixes this country. All about Nanuga, let me ask you a question though. We have a few people in the country who believe that they have to muddy the water, create chaos in the courtroom, go to the hospital. Oh, they will carry the woman this way. If you don't do it that day, it will be that day. When will we understand that we have to allow the judicial process to play out? I want to play 1 minute of this tape from current representative out of Bond County, and a lot of them are doing this across the country. Let's listen to him and have you respond about that.
Unprofessional people, why they deny you access? No, go ask Gregory Foreman his thoughts. We saw ordinary people entering back and forth in the courthouse, but they did not allow you. Did you do anything specific? No, it is my right as a citizen to enter and have access to the courtroom and watch the process. That's just what we came for. Did they give you any reason why you were denied? No, you should not just enter. All because he's from country. On three occasions, they denied access to, the VP, the former VP, at the haircut of the... They can...
Some of the nonsense are all we talk about. All because the woman from Bond County, the other person from Bond County, tomorrow they will say, Councilor Mawa Boeing, Nima County, but in crew, man. So they're targeting the Nima Bone crew people. This nonsense will never stop in Liberia. And it comes from the very people that should be upholding the standards in our society. What about another guy? You're muted, sir.
It's very fortunate that, not unfortunate, it's very fortunate that some of us, when we were growing up, our parents moved around the country of Liberia and gave us a chance to understand the various people, their races, and their tribes. In the days of the review of the Constitution of Liberia, it was held in Bond County in the 80s. People who were present included Amos Sawyer, Pearl Bamboo, and a whole lot of others. During that period, I was in the superintendent's mansion, his house. Felicia Vopo was the superintendent of Bond County, if anybody knows that period in time. It is the same period that Kuyo Tamo, the native doctor, was sent by Doe into Bond County to take out all the Juju people and the rest. Paula Finlay, her father owned a mighty farm for Mr. Moe in SKT, and a whole lot. Stephen Yekesin, his father was then the president of Cotton University. I give this background so you know that I know exactly what I'm talking about. You will see the guy they call Melvin Cole is a born natural fool. If anybody take that door serious, a mistake. I nearly beat him for being rude some time in 2020 when he came to my inbox to say nonsense. He went on Spoon recently. Whenever he see me, he'll pass the other side behind government, so they can't pass in front of me because I represent that I still have the mind to beat sense into a head. That guy, he's a numbskull. He jugunated gender, a compartmentalized nuance. Nothing good can come with that guy. He's naturally counterproductive. If you look at him well, the alcohol is swelling him up. The people of Bond County that I know, I'm in almost every Bond County chat room. Unfortunately, he has no idea. He's a born thug, and I doubt he was not adopted as a parliament. Let me tell you something. For those who follow his line, knowing that he's a rogue, and has deprived the people of Bond County of all the hospitals that could have been built by stealing the money and drinking alcohol and committing thuggery, that they may experiment to can't analyze here. If I have to analyze that, first of all, taking Koboko and flog the hell out of him.
Take it small, on radio.
So, let me say this to you. The Pele people, they're wise. You can't fool them. They are very submissive. People say something else of their submissivity for something else. But let me tell you, the Pele people are unique. Go from Kwedo Town to Sinje. From Sinje, come all the way to SKT. SKT, go to Kwara, go everywhere. You will find them very hospitable. Anyone who is as violent and myopically dumb like Melvin can never be a Pele man. So the question you ask me, I wish you can change it, because once you put Melvin in the picture, I can't talk and put my level to him. Sorry.
Thank you, Honorable Nanuga. Let's come to you, my brother Abraham. Here's the case. It's before the court. Things are unfolding properly in the country, something we all have always prayed for in our republic. We want the rule of law. We want everybody to be held accountable for their actions. If Abraham does something in Liberia, let the law hold him responsible. It goes back to, once they start to hold Abraham accountable, we got Abraham from Nima Kante, they're targeting Abraham. When will we gravitate beyond this simple nonsense that continue to hold this country behind? Abraham.
Doru, LeBron is getting better, and LeBron will surely be better. You see, there are just few individuals in our society, they behave like fools. Few individuals. So for me, I will clap here for the Jones security, for them making sure, connecting all of the dots of the former vice president connection with the drugs cartel. The dot is well connected. So for me, I just felt bad today. Why they did not put handcuff on her hand? Why she was not handcuffed? Why is it because she was former vice president? Hey, we have had former head of state, Charles Judy Bryant. We have had the first female Chief Justice, Gloria Musso-Scott. She was put hand on her hand. So I don't know where and that sympathetic mind or that sympathetic plea came from for them to not be able to hang on today. But Dwaru, one of the things that I can promise you, that Labra will never be the same again. That guns are the days that people will sit on the fence and be able to accuse people falsely without providing any substantial evidence. This government, when they accuse you, that means that they already have dozens of information on you. All of them that have been charged, and all of them that will be charged. Look, this government, there is no time, we don't have time for sacred cow. And there's no time for that. The president has said it. This is the president who said, if my son, if my family, if the first family is connected, have them invited and let them bear the full weight of the law. Who the president has ever made such a statement? So I don't mean those fools, but hey, we are just doing our work. And that is the reason why I will always thank God that I yearn for the 6th year for this president to be able to come to power. Because this is the president that knows how to operate. This is the president knows how to dot the T. Brother, it was interesting for you to know that this president hardly sleep. This president, he hardly sleep. People can go to bed for them to be able to rest for 8 hours. This president, since he was elected, he have not rested for complete 8 hours because of the labyrinth people. So for me, I will not be here for me to give my attention to those foods. No.
Thank you.
What is before us today? It is the vice president. Is she guilty? No. But there is substantial evidence, and that the court will provide that legal remedy in time to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I think you're looking for culture where they are not guilty, no business.
Double balance. Honorable Damwe, before we close, the sentiment in the country right now is literally captured entirely by this young woman. I want to play her briefly before you can answer. A lot of librarians are starting to feel like this across the country. It's a bunch of videos on social media similar to what she posted. Let's listen to her before we come to you, Honorable Damwe.
When we love our leaders not like us. The first thing, we fought 40-year war. And at the end of the day, when Chancellor King, we said, you care Mama, you care Papa, I will vote for you. And then, what people use, at the end of the day, they abuse. When we can tell them, it means that we love them more than they do. So in the aspect of the former vice president-elect Joseph and Jesus, what Jesus said, the son of man would be tonight. And Peter said, at the end of the day, I will not do it. Jesus said, the chicken will grow 2 times the time when you will look here. So it's not strange. If your own horse sell you, at the end of the day, the street can buy you. So our leaders can sell at the end of the day. So I really know because your own children say, hey, who you buy your children in. Because one they can do it for you, at the end of the day, they can do different things. So on the aspect of the vice president, I'm very surprised because they should meet up with people who doing drugs. Tell them they should doing drugs. That what happened.
So what you got to say about the whole stuff? Do you support the government fight against drugs? Do you think the fight is actually lawfully done, or are there different issues?
Okay, when we kill outside, we say no to drugs. And the vice president in question, she had her t-shirt. And most of those people that went over there to the Capitol building, when we laid our petition, majority of them were just taken. So the president, I support him 100%. It would be me, Tracy. What at the end of the day, I'm selling drugs. The president can take me to jail because justice have to be done. Yes.
He supported.
Yes.
You want.
And despite what we say here, I guess she concurs with Cole that she's guilty. But despite what we say here, the sentiment in the country is consistent. A lot of people support what the president is doing, what this administration is doing, but fighting drugs. This is the mandate that the people have given the president, and the president is doing exactly what the people want. Honorable Damwe.
You see, I would say this.
1 minute, Damwe. Before Damwe comes in, let's be a little bit careful with our messaging. Yes, the government has been led by the president, but the reason why the president got Chris and others, RMTA, got me administration information, got more about to see what the president is not jack of all trades and master of none. So each of us in our different locales act on behalf of the government. It is important for us to continue to see what is happening in our country from the angle of what the government of Liberia is doing, so that it doesn't look like somebody has a vendetta. Look, the president will not sit down in your corner and say, I'm doing this. The justice ministry, police, and all the investigators don't do their investigation and say, Andrew Ma is linked to this thing. The president will not go tell them and say, you're going to put that person in jail. So, I mean, people would say, hey, the president is the head of the government. I mean, we can understand that. But we got to be clear that when the people elect a president, they elect him to run the government. And all that we see happening in our country is what the government of Liberia, not just the president, is doing. I just thought we should clear that.
Fair point. Fair point. Honorable Dambe.
So, Minister, you know, in our setting, when Sam Nangwe fails to do his rail electrification, he will not call Sam Nangwe that the president will call. You know, so that's the way it is. So when they say the president, basically, in my mind, I think they mean the government. But let me just say what I wanted to say earlier. Listening to that sister, basically, what it says to all of us, and which brings joy to me, is the fact that the actions of the government, the decisions that are being made by the government, is resonating with ordinary citizens. It's resonating with them. And if we are in the position of the government, and ordinary people begin to demonstrate that level of resonance, you know, in terms of how they explain, their understanding of what is happening around them, then you are supposed to be very happy that that message, those actions are being appreciated by ordinary people. So you following social media, you see that for different reasons, people have been trying to find reasons and justification as to why, you know, the former vice president must be treated differently, or should have been treated differently, or should be treated differently. That's not for me to say. The fact remains that what we want is accountability for our actions and or our inactions. So I agree 100% that if there were not sufficient evidence by the joint security coming out of their investigation, I don't think they just got it overnight. This investigation may have taken some time. It may have been subjected to processes and procedures. And the evidence is not gathered, it's in their hands. And I'm sure that decision to have intercepted or departure from this country is strong enough, is watertight sufficiently, that the go-ahead was given to get her come to the police station to face preliminary investigation. And now here we are. She's been charged. Those charges were read. And she's been sent to the courts for the next steps, series of steps of actions to begin to go ahead. And this is the way it should be. At the end of the day, there will be a process to decide whether or not the charges, all of those series of charges that have been pronounced by the Minister of Justice, whether or not she will be found guilty of all of them, of some of them, and on the basis of the outcome, there will be actions taken that will be within the confines of the law, the provisions of the law. I think this is where people should find some satisfaction that no matter who you are, no matter what you do, no matter what you did, If you are found wanting, the willpower is now there at the highest level to go after you, because the accusation that is being placed on you, against you, your actions, your inactions, is proven to be very detrimental to the forward going of this country. It is damaging the future of this country. It is damaging young people, old people, and it's doing a lot of things. And then, so for these reasons, that is precisely why you the 2023 drug has made these crimes and time come for the application, and we begin to say, oh, and you know this and you know that. I think we should allow the process to play in all of its fairness, that is expected of.
Thank you, Mr. Nangwe. For some reason, it seems most of the people that are being accused of this drug, they were all in the drug rally, anti-drug rally. It's kind of strange if you want to listen to Madam Jewel Howard Taylor. Look, this is another one. It's like a 10-second clip. Watch this. This is Bashuru walking around, say no to drugs. Watch it.
We're making this shit happen today, y'all. Say no to drugs, yo. Say no to drugs.
And these are the people that are being arrested. I don't know what that was from. Anybody get any comment before we go to the phone line on that tip?
Social media does not forget. Social media does not forget.
Welcome. Call your mutual. Anybody else got any comment?
Yeah, but oh, okay. Except to just say,
the same people who can be saying fight drugs can be the same people who will tell you, say, oh, you're fighting it too hard.
But you're not forgetting this drug taking up. My face was not the first face they attacked, drug collaborator and drug baron.
Minister, go ahead. I'll go after you.
The investigation still on. Maybe they will come to you later.
Praise the Lord.
So just to say that, yes, even with all that is happening, we're making progress. We need to be aware that the first batch of people who were charged in connection with the 19 point some million other drugs, they were able to get indictment for them. And so they have crossed the point of grand jury indictment, and it's all about now being charged and on the way to be prosecuted. All of those are clear indication that, unlike the reality that other people are saying, people are not doing much, people are not doing this, with all the targets on accusing some of the people who are playing all the roles. You see how much attack is coming against the Inspector General of Police, how much attack is coming against the Justice Minister, and all these things. We're making progress, and group of them, some here, the one that are out of the country being dealt with in absentia and all of that. So progress is being made. We want to continuously remind people that they will say all of the things they want to say about what they think the investigation looks like and what is happening to it. But we want to keep assuring our people, and these things have been established.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there are reasons why, even as we echo continuously, the Americans through their embassy or other places did not come up. At least one journalist was courageous enough, and we all followed him. He wrote to the embassy and said, look, the government has consistently said they're not in this thing alone. You got FBI here, you got Homeland Security here, you got these people here. And the embassy responded to his email, confirming that yes, agents from these different institutions of the United States government are here. Look, who announced that we discovered drugs? Two different categories, 19 million, 317 million, the government of Liberia. If our people are the facilitators and we are interested in protecting them, as some have claimed, we saw it. We could not have announced it. Who's taking action on elements from amongst us who were identified to have done some wrong? It's us. The Americans did not bring themselves here. Who asked them? We. Why would you have something to hide But then you turn in groups like the FBI, say, come and be part of this thing. You turn over all digital evidences to them for analysis and all of that. They are in your process everywhere along the way. Who wants to have something that does that craziness? So we're not going to get tired saying,
Minister, sorry, it's not who wants to. Who is capable of hiding?
So we're gonna continue to say this, and it's good that through Clarence's efforts, the Americans were able to speak to say, yes, we're there, and we're part of all these processes.
That's right.
So the things we're doing are open. They aided by internationally acclaimed individuals and institutions that got history, that got records, that got integrity. So we cannot be those who call them and say, be part of it, and say we're hiding something. Of course, when we want to hide something from them, then you have the backing doors to it. They will have to back.
Yeah.
Because you can't call them and say, be a part of me, let's do this thing, and then you want to have something. That's how open these processes are. And we want to continuously assure our people that even if Gerald Limbeck, Mafia, who's speaking for the government and saying all these things, got traces that connect him, and it can be established through evidentiary, he will not be covered. He will not be shielded. He will not be protected. That's where we are. So don't mind all the distraction that people try to do, that, oh, they got things so high. And even though they know these institutions that are involved here, absolutely nothing to hide. If we wanted to, we would have taken on ourselves to do what we want to do. Secondly, and maybe this will be my last comment, and I try to find my way home. We've noticed of recent calls by some political actors that we should bring independent, quote-unquote, investigators to take charge of the drug investigation. Sorry to say, and that's not why they can be applied. I would say it doesn't make sense. And anybody who understands how government runs would not be saying those kinds of stuff. We've been open and transparent enough to bring all these respected institutions at the FBI, Homeland Security, and say, come and be with us. As a sovereign nation, you're suggesting to us we should abandon our sovereign responsibility to something you call independent investigator. That doesn't make any sense to me. America and all the countries around the world that are making great strides in fighting and combating, they've not derelated or relegated their responsibility to somebody else as a sovereign nation.
Yep.
Because we understand our own locales, we know the psyche of our people, we know the way they think, so we're taking extra steps as a government to assure them that the process is transparent. But to suggest that a sovereign nation and a sovereign government should fold their hands and bring somebody you call independent investigator and say, go ahead with drugs, leave that one because it's not going to happen. We were chosen, we were elected to govern the country. We guarded by the laws of the land to include the Constitution. We use just those to do the right thing. And we've always demonstrated that we want to do the right thing. It is the desire to do the right thing that brought FBI, Homeland Security, and all those people here. Those are sufficient layers for transparency and accountability, and suggesting to us that we should turn our sovereign responsibility over to quote-unquote independent people. I don't know how you define them, how you see them. It's a no-go.
May I remind?
Thank you.
May I remind?
Go ahead. Go up the call.
Remind the Liberian people that they should not mix these drug battles. There are two drug fights. Yeah. One was not expected, and one was expected. The one that we expected and we came to deal with was the street drugs on the street, where we wanted to save the lives of our brothers and sisters who are gone haywire on the street we call Zogos. Today, with the community ownership to eradicate, COE, the communities helped the security sector and were able to clean up communities by communities, and they're still doing that till now.
That's right.
And I repeat, that is why street drugs have become just even more expensive than cocaine. So our street brothers are not capable of having them in their hands. That have led us to see our street brothers sound on the street, no longer dipping and nopping and napping as they used to be when they come around your cars, when they come around you. Even the stench have reduced. The other one is that we have to continue that fight and sustain it to make sure we don't have a relapse. The case of the cocaine bust and the rest were situations we didn't expect, we didn't see coming. People supposed to be hailing the government and clapping for us for even being bold enough to catch it and announce it. And after announcing it in the whole of West Africa and Africa as a whole, we're the first country that's not only arresting, suspending, and firing our own from government, but we are handing them over for prosecution. And we are saying that if you are the son and daughter and uncle of the president, there's no spare room and there's no spare place. Pierre has just said on the show that he himself, if there's a dust of it, he knows he's gone. I am saying on this show, if there's a spark of it from me or from Mo or from Patrick or any of us on this show, we know very well that we are going to go down as well. The other thing that people have not seen is that we are not just dealing with our own. We started the cleansing from our house and they were happy.
Yeah.
Now the cleansing have gone to their houses. They're complaining bitterly. But this is the story. God provided what you call time. Time is a revealer. Time is an action solver. And time calms the nerve. So like brains, we should be calm and watch the end. And we can assure you, nothing will go under the cupboards. And I just want you to know it was two separate drug cases. And we seem to be winning both at the same time.
Thank you. Thank you, Cole. Final line before go to the phone line.
Okay.
Cole,
Okay.
I'll come to you, Patrick. Go. You have something to say.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that pretty much what Chris is saying here, that street level drugs and transnational, international trafficking of drugs are two different things. I hear a lot of people confusing the two. The drugs that our local children are taking, it's not the cocaine that's being transshipped through Liberia.
Yep.
So many of the people that I speak to, and I say many because it's quite a few people have this mindset that, but the drugs that we're trafficking were not for consumption by the local market. So in their minds, their rationale is, as long as it's not Liberian children taking the drugs, it's okay to put your hand inside because there are different people taking the drugs. Can you imagine? Is that not the same thing that the Indians and Chinese do when they bring push and other things to our country? They say, well, not for our children and for Liberian children, so we should participate in helping poison human beings and destroy the world. You see their thinking? So it doesn't surprise me that people are being a Just Say No to Drugs campaign because they're not dealing with push. They're facilitating the transport of cocaine to other countries. It's two completely different things. I also want to say, it's similar. I know people who don't drink liquor but sell alcohol. They're bar. They justify it. It's not good for me and my children, but it's good for you and your children. The bottom line is it's all criminal, but don't be confused why somebody would be in a march about saying no to drugs because their children taking local drugs and dying, and the friends and family members, and then still say, okay, well, I will make some money on the side by helping to facilitate transnational drug traffickers. It in their mind, it makes sense.
So, Dwalu,
Yep, go ahead.
So, I just have a small message for our woman there, our papi there listening to us all across the country here. You know, during the campaign, when the president went to campaign, there was a song. They brought the drugs. We now want drugs. And everybody was singing that song. To know that the president's serious, the president now start fighting the drugs. And this drug thing can fight back. He's fighting back through all kinds of unusual sources. But you got to hold a hand to fight. Because you get one serious president who's fighting it.
Mm-hmm.
Pray not to have another president who will come and join the fight against or join the fight for drugs. Not even against. I also want to tell you don't mind people. When you want to fight something, some people, especially when the system used to it, some people will be fighting hard so that it does not work, it doesn't succeed. But they fight out all of fight. You let join hand. You let make sure we fight and send a strong message to people. Right now, as I speak, some people by the time you pass there, there was small black plastic bag. They can tell you, say, no, don't come bring. I won't be keen on doing what you. That's the kind of awareness
exactly
we want, and the kind of awareness we have right now. Somebody was explaining story to me today in the car. Somebody just passed there, get a person lift. The person left their shades. They start calling the men. They stop the traffic. Start calling, come for your shades. Come for your shades. Don't leave anything in my car. So everybody's scared. When you see in a society that everybody's scared, you know that people scared of what? The law and the implication, the ramification of the implementation of it. And this is the administration by praising him, encouraging him.
Thank you. Almost done. We got a second or two. Let's have
Yeah,
politics.
just one second. So I don't know how they started, but I know even during Madame Salif's term, this thing about cheering squad around courthouses.
Thank you.
That's something we need to be able to talk about.
Yeah.
Every time a political figure is being arraigned before the courts,
yeah,
there has to be a cheering squad. And I don't think it is right. I don't think it is right. You know, there has to be some level of sanctity around the courthouses because what is happening, you are influencing, you are threatening, people should be, people that are listening and have the decision to be able to adjudicate on these issues must be able to do any level of influence, be it psychological or physical influences. I mean, I'm just throwing this out. We'll probably need some time to be able to sit down and talk about it. I don't know where this has come from. It's not just happening now, but it's taking deep root. This is the first time where I see they carrying people to jail. People go line up before the jailhouse.
It is
They're
our
bringing them
civics.
to court. People line up before saying it's not correct. It's not correct. I just wanted to float that.
And that's a great point, and we have to talk about it here again to discourage that kind of behavior. Let the process unfold naturally. My brother Harris, let's take some calls from our people from across the country. They hear their take and get a pulse of the country as it relates to this arrest of drugs across the country. Harris, it's up to you, brother.
Okay, so we'll go to the lines and take your calls tonight. 0778-665699. 0778-665699. 080561644. 080561644. 0776-293-620. 0776-293-620 are the numbers. Go again, 080561644. 080561644. 0778-665-699. 080-665-699. 0776-293-620. 0776-293-620 are the numbers. We go to the phone lines now and take your calls. This person is right here. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. Hello? Oh my word, you slipped over. I have to leave you. Take this one. 0778 665-699. 080-561-644. 0776-293-620 are the numbers, and you be part of the conversation. The lines are on. I don't know. 0778-665-699. 080-561-644. 0778-665-699. I don't know why this number is not picking up. This person is live. The name you call from where?
Yeah, this is Omer Bakasi Degree. I call from West Ham.
Go ahead, you live.
Thank you. So thank you for the discussion. I think I first made that statement that tool before you all come to the line. You know, normally we say, why is it that people come to defense of people who is offending or destroying the life of the Nigerian people? When government is traveling to bring people to go, let's go and start demonstrating to prison compound and go even to temple of justice. The justice has to pass law. You don't get a case and a court don't go there. Why are they doing that to us? And I just want to appreciate the government for the level of fight they put up against the drug cartel. You know, and someone has said, usually tell people like, oh, energy is far more, we are the ones to suffer. And the women who can suffer the brunt, they are the ones going to defend of these people. Why are they doing that?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We'll leave you. This person is strong believing. Thanks for joining us. Do us a favor, just away from the radio. I'm getting a feedback. Hello? Yeah, go ahead, you live. Yeah, Mo is on the show tonight.
Yeah, I just want to find from him what happened to him missing here around here.
Around where? Around where?
We want to speak. He knows what we're talking about. We want to speak on the Robinson town. We can see him. Because the water will come over here.
Oh, okay. All right, I know now. This person is Roger. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. Good evening. Let's hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much to my people in the studio. Look, the contract will move in so well now. Like, really, I would choose our man and attitude. Party should not be part of the country. The party, la people party. So the jail is building some other local jail, but when they will poor people, they have money people too. What's up, the former president? You get something going through the all your Arthur Jones, because Arthur Jones to the open up okay effort. Yeah. You couldn't tell lawyer. You're trying to scare the lawyer around. Would you leave it there? They started doing the same what they got in there for power. Don't be getting simple there for they got and they could get Ethiopia. Or one of the other countries. Or thank God that we want to buy a thank God to the president.
Okay.
The people went back to him said, you hate Trump. Let me just hear they want party to get show the fact okay. It's something grab a sulaga.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We'll leave you. This person is unbelieving. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, first let me extend my greeting to the family. You know, for me, to get issue of the bad for me at this point for me. I don't know the way of food. And then restoration for food, if you put out the down where she fit on that. So the food was made for everyone. The food was not made for the video. It was necessarily free. However, there was some food of intention. We know what happened to the multi just group work this card, which was able to study. So justice should be given to everyone equal. That's why the judge is internationally, not personally. So whatever is done on the law, which is not in love with the law, to help the technical. Let's see what happened during the region of the fourth president ministry. She spent during Brian to study. It's very benefit. What was you right there? She had a public law. So I'm going to commend the government for its taking and let our future generation come and hear what happened on this regime so that it will say back how we to move forward.
Thank you. We'll leave you. This president is right here. Good evening. Thanks for joining us.
Good evening.
Let's hear you.
How are you?
I'm doing great, and you?
Yes. Well, man, I would just say, I was actually saying, this for that even know to point child very hard. You point that child, you woman, you between left and left. And then, you point the child, you take care of the child, then you're going to think happening. Because you must be living here. And then when they want to try, you see that what honor they bring. Because what they were just about to make it available, to pay quality is there. You're coming to see second round. So saying they get a chance, and if you want to try, the man trying to hear us. He is all, but he's trying his best. You see that the people are saying, when they say he will not do nothing, he has done it. Even down to the food that we eat, we don't see any love. Down to gas, since the man going down, we want it. We still telling them what the man doing. So when they get any woman or man, when you know that the thing is a just said, they see that just for catching it, but that day not go exposing it. So if you want to eat all, then you will see it.
Okay.
So now, just say will be able to prevail in our life. Because we need to, in our community, we need to see the guys, they will get together, they hold their meeting, where they go in meet. We see people talking people, while the guy will be going to church for his man own phone, talking in real life, in town. The hard is more underground where the class over there. And today you can see all the same class. Nobody checking up there. Hello?
Go ahead, conclude.
Yeah, nobody checking up there.
Okay.
So if they sit up there, and when children going to school, they taking pills, they smoking, they standing up, they're going down low, coming up. Then you people that will depending on why you're being eating money from just all time up to this time. You people are supposed to be the one to help us, not to go and bring you us.
Okay, thank you. Leave you 077-866-5699, 080-561-644, 0776-293-620. This person, good evening.
Yes, good evening. This is Moses F. Philly, and I'm calling you from Partners Real Estate.
Go ahead, Moses, your life.
Okay, tonight I'm very, very much again excited tonight again to call on this show. And I'm happy with the way things are happening in the country. You know, for we that are not opportune, for us that are not rich, for us that have not gotten into positions of trust, I think we are seeing what is the rule of law, the real meaning of the rule of law. Because if today the rule of law is being exercised on the former vice president, I think the country is moving on the right trajectory. And secondly, I want to appreciate this. I don't know whether he's a Nigerian. I didn't know it's the former ECOWAS, some kind of law, the Lawyer Association. I watched a film today on Facebook where the lawyer was responding to the message that the former president George Weah gave at the parliament. You know, I love that response. In fact, the man responded his response, you know, I don't think our information minister should even, you know, respond to that because his response really touched me when I listened to him today speaking in response to the former president message to the Lawyer Association in Nigeria. I think that was really, really awesome.
Okay.
So thank you very much for the show.
Thank you. Thank you as well for listening. 077-866-5699, 080-561-644, 0776-293-620. This person, good evening.
Hello.
You live. Let's hear you.
This is Magnetic. I'm calling from First, I'd like to say thank you for a show tonight. But yeah, the country is going high end. No one is above the law. That allegation is a good case. It's definitely come on and Georgia before that Georgia fails the full way of the law. That's above the law. What kind of money she wants? If you got Senator Bad, but then what kind of money you still want in this country? That'll mess our brother and sister out. Brother, let the law be the law. Let the law say it first.
Okay.
Thank you for the show.
Thank you. This person on line 2, you live. The name you called from where? Hello? Oh, my word, you slipped up. I'll have to leave you. Take this one. Good evening. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, good evening. How are you doing?
It's good to have you.
Hello?
You live. Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello, you live. Go ahead.
Oh my God, I'm not getting you. How are you doing?
I'm hearing you. You live. Go ahead. Well, it seems like you're having
Hello?
it seems like you're having some challenges with your network. This person, good evening. Good evening. Let's hear you. Go ahead, Jackson. I'm getting a feedback. You have to address it from a receiver. Go ahead, you live.
Yeah, I just want to tell God thank you for what they are doing because don't join with the time or not having peace. But this time around, people they can come and there is a sit and ensure the man, or you have a lenience with them. But the government are doing their best. Time for your Maryland, go to take 4 5 or go to Maryland, understand that there's a one day to go to Maryland, you go and come back. So I'm going to bring it even here, the country, factory farm, and regulation city. You should go there hour a day. You can't make it. Really? I think I'm very move on it. But it's not like I can move, I go to country hour a day, I come back, I don't everything is starting. Then I scare moon and country, we're in here for them now. You see that? The women are doing well. So nobody is beginning to know. When the former BB do nothing at the short act, so you have people to get about the law. I don't want the law, I don't want to make a full president to kill. They'll make for him. The former BB be alleged and when go to secure, she can get a problem back.
Okay, thank you. We'll leave you. This person is on. Good evening. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, good evening. How's it going?
I'm doing great. Let's hear you.
It's down to one calling the singer.
Mm.
I want to appreciate the ClassReloaded and government as a whole. I want to appreciate the information ministers for promoting education and capabilities. But I want to say to the ClassReloaded that the person being for the time general damage has done. The common view that I was just suspended and said, declare what it means ethics. And we solved it. And I want for the time general who we shared and the getting what we are working with all the city. It need to be felt as a former view board was felt. The actors said that you're being invited to tell me the police.
Okay.
Why we let him back down to Japan, please? What is that for you? What are you going to do? We want to put the right in this country. Please, you're invited to tell general. Let me tell us something.
Thank you. We'll have to leave you. Yeah, we'll see you take at least 2 more calls. Yeah, then we call them that from this end 0778665699. This person, good evening.
Good evening, Alice.
Princess, let's hear you.
Thank you. And good evening to the panelists. And this is Princess calling from the United Party Intellectual Bureau. I want to say thanks to everyone. And to the drug issue, I just want to say this to our brothers from the other side. So the law for poor people and for rich people, the law is the law. If you go against the law, you face the weight of the law. And I want to say this to Minister Pia and everyone on this show. There's a hard issue time when the government gets over. The DA investor won't be treated. But I hope they're going to hot funny. Don't know what the government do about the hot. The government can if the horse was taken by the government already, and the government see for it. Tomorrow, if it doesn't come, it be a creative horse now grow, the grass grow all over the place, even on the plaza. The horse there is funny. So I don't want to bring this to people's attention.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Princess. From this end, 0778665699. 080561644 0776 293-620. This person seems to be our last caller. Let's hear you live. The name you call from us. Hello, let's hear you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for the accommodation. Look, this drug business is very serious and cardinal. I have a simple question that I want to ask. I don't know if Brother Andrew is on the show. The Liberian people, if you walk in the community, everybody's talking about this thing here. During the investigation, for the people to believe so that the fear that will go around, that they go which one in the people, to erase that notion. Is it possible to televise the investigation so our people can see what's happening and nobody will come and lie to them to believe it because they will see it? Is it possible? That's what I want to know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Our very last caller from this end for tonight.
Thank you so much, Harris. Jenna, I'm not quite sure what organization she was going to attend. She could have been possibly running away, and I'll believe that. And somebody were requesting that we play this video as we're about to take calls from here. The young people, I believe, somewhere, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in Lofa or somewhere in Liberia. They're running the drugs dealer out of the community. Let's watch it for a second before we take calls here internationally. And frankly, I pray to see this all across Liberia. Y'all gotta let the D know. Y'all get them out of your communities. We want drug completely out of Liberia. The number is posted on the screen at 774-578-1963. You can also call internationally as well on WhatsApp. That same number. Color your live, your name and where you called it from. Color your live.
Hello, this is Deborah from New Jersey.
Hey, Debbie, what's going on, Mama?
Yeah, I should agree with Cole tonight because I don't know if none of you guys on the show tonight did not see the charge sheet today that was read. Joel was in Dubai with Sheriff at the hotel called the H Hotel. What they did was made. There was $45,000 that was given to her to shop. And when it came back, there was another $75,000 that was sent in her account, even up to August 16. Or $15,000 was sent to her account. So I don't know why nobody is saying that tonight on the show. And everybody is like talking like, okay, they are scared, but hey, this thing is about Liberia, it's about our country, our children, our nephew, our nieces. They are all in the street because of this identical drugs that is going on in the country. And I heard somebody saying today on phone saying that how the people got to know that the people were in Dubai in a hotel. When security, when the FBI ready to, before they can come to your door to get you arrested, they will bring in. In fact, the people said today that they even got recording.
Yep.
They got recording and she collecting and having conversation with these people. So before if those are in America, before FBI can come to your door to get you arrested, even when they put those things before yourself, you will say, yes, I'm very, very guilty, because they will do everything, your step, your way, even the places you go, places people you have conversation with, all of these things, they will collect everything and bring it before you. And it was literally read today. So I don't know why people are still saying this kind of thing, but hey, it's Liberian for you. And today, before I can go off the line, I had a call in my inbox today about our police, and we were talking about yesterday the reason why they received bribery and sting. Our police said the way they are paid, it can't be compared to any other thing. They are the one that doing the job. And if they don't take these little things, they will never carry anything home to their family. And I told that person today that should not be the excuse the president is doing what he would do for our police and whatever that is working in the government, but that doesn't mean our people left to be at risk in this car and accident and all that kind of thing.
Thank you.
Let us also push that our people, the harmonization, let our president look into it also that our people would be, their pay will at least will go up. I can a man work for $50. I can a man work for $150 a whole month. You expect that person to take bribes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I disagree with you there in terms of they can push through legislation or through an administrative means to increase their pay, but taking bribes is not an excuse. You thought about the job, you took the job. I'll call it your live, your name and where you calling from.
Hi, this is Chris Smith calling from Newton, Mass.
Mr. Smith, welcome, sir. Yeah.
I want us to look beyond the drugs. Like we should look further. Like most of the names that involve in the drug scenes are the same guys that have been evicting people around Monrovia, buying huge property.
That's right.
Big properties in the neighborhood and carrying police there to evict people. We know most of those guys bringing in 100,000, 200,000, and claiming property, going to the Supreme Court and winning those cases. We want the police to go beyond just fighting the drugs and know where they transfer the money. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, you got to understand they will follow the money, and that's a good recommendation. But I have no doubt the investigation will follow the money.
Yeah. I went out there and I saw young guys that got no job, got Bentley parking in the yard, Ferrari parking in the yard.
Yeah.
You didn't see them working. You see the way they were living. So they didn't go beyond the drugs. A lot of them already left the country, but we know where they live.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, you're live. Your name and where you calling from. Hello, caller.
Yeah, hello.
You're live.
Okay, Dwalo, how are you? This is John Rice speaking from Trenton, New Jersey.
It's all right. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you so much. Thanks to you guys. This question goes directly to Councillor Ambrose Mann. A colleague and myself had this argument. He said the president of the Republic of Liberia is immune from every act committed while he's in office.
Mm-hmm.
So after office, he cannot be touched. Nothing can happen to him. So I want to know from him whether this is true. Because the issue that has to do with the drug, what is if he's involved, he or she is involved, can he be, or he or she can they be arrested or called for prosecution?
Yeah, before you go, I'm not a lawyer, but we cover this stuff here, and I'll elaborate. Councillor Mann will also speak to that. If the crime continues after his presidency, yes, he can be. However, we have not really tested this law in court where if he commits an illegal act. Now, on our law, they say all acts, whether illegal or illegal, he's immune. And Councillor Mann will speak to that fact. He's immune, literally immune, while he's in office. But we don't know if he continues that after office. I think he will be held guilty if he continues after office. Caller, you're live.
Yeah, this is Bokai calling from Iowa.
Yeah, you're live.
Yeah, Dwalo, I have a concern, and the concern from somebody callers in Liberia concerning each time there's someone's arrested and taken to the police station, you have huge crowd gathering to the police station, singing slogans, and some violently want to go into the police station and all of that, into the courts. Now, I hope and pray. I hope and pray that the police are taking note of this, because the police station have arms, and it's a security area. There's nowhere, even in this country, where policemen is going to arrest you. They see other people coming around to stop the arrest. It can't happen. And the police should be aware that the crowd can overpower them, and they move into that police station. There are arms in there, and they can breach security. So the police should, from now on, I hope the police director is listening. Anytime this happens, any high-profile persons are arrested, they make sure that no crowd, there's a no-go zone to put the red tape and don't breach that tape. No civilian breach that tape.
Thank you, Baga.
And then another thing I want to say here to Alu. You know, like yesterday I said it again. Let us be careful when with certain things in our country. You know, today is someone, if someone is connected to me as arrested, then I don't care whether that person is guilty or not. I will go and start demonstrating, saying Allah and this and that.
Yeah.
This is not fair. I mean, if my brother's found in dealing with drugs or any other crime, I mean, let me just see the need. Let me see the need that indeed, yes, indeed. Let the law take its course.
That's right.
Let leave it with the law. Let the law. So all I need to do is to go with the law and make sure find means of defending that person in court. Whether the person is guilty or not.
Thank you. Look, Sharon, I like you. Sharon, you something else. Look, Queenie. One second. Queenie love great. The paparazzi. Look, former Livingstone, not everyone, Joe, we are riding that they can't get it in an airplane. I'm telling you. Go ahead, Jerry.
Thank you. My name is Jerry G. Duby. I'm calling from Springfield, Mass. Say, thank you for all we not have our nipping there for the Bucky bucket. Let me say, happy birthday to Sabi. Yes.
What? Jerry, is that what?
You know, they had a B-man scenario. Yeah, the G coming. That's for 40 even when you go to the bed. Some guy representative coming, you on the line. The G team, right? Passing with power.
Yeah.
Right on the show. President JB, and bravo to Sabi. Happy birthday to Sabi. Now the party is setting the basis. Whosoever will come to power, make sure you follow the same line. So that bro will be straight. When you're ready to say, look at the US, look at Ghana. Not imagine the people play with that system. That in Liberia, when policemen can catch you, you tell the policemen, say, well, I mean, go take shower. You can't try the thing in Western country. Congratulations, the country will improve.
Thank you.
Brother, thank you for the opportunity. You know, some people scared, they want to show, they don't want to call me. My mama is guilty. She is guilty. For the charges being read for me, I'm not a lawyer. But I'm learning something here. But that woman is guilty. Anything will be by my word. The woman is guilty. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Jerry. Look, my brother Kabe, that good question you asked there. Me, I know for a fact that Coco G, Sharon Kepa, you something, I call it your life.
Hello.
Yeah, we'll take the caller and one more caller and I call it your life.
Yeah, Duala, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the show. I just want to, I mean, what has happened or the whole process of cleaning in Monrovia since my mind all the way back in Harper, Palmas, Maryland County, and I was there, where a couple of high-profile people were involved in ritualistic killing, and the president then stood his ground and arrested people irrespective of the kind of caliber they were. We're talking about James Daniel Anderson, Alan Yancey, couple of other people. Since that time, people, I mean, when you make this kind of move, some people will just turn against you as the leader. And because of that, and I saw exactly what happened when Talbot got killed. These people were rejoicing all around. I just want to encourage the government, all right, to stand the ground and don't be deterred by the decision that they are coming with to make our country better.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. You know, I have not heard one person call on any radio station in Liberia, even here tonight, that is in opposition to the actions being taken by President Weah to fight President Bwakarala to fight drugs in the country. Everybody is in favor of it. But you still got few people who get in a daily bread from these so-called corrupt politicians that will go to police stations. And we got to stop it. And I believe Liberian graduated with that. If we have no more other calls, going once, going twice, so to the man in the light green shirt. Councilor Man, they had a question for you. If the crime continues after the person's tenure, I'm pretty sure on our law they can pursue them. However, if they committed an illegal act while they are sitting, they are immune from it. That's what our law said, correct or a lie?
Dualu, the Constitution Just give me a minute. Let me go to the provision. Let somebody else come in. Let me go to that provision. I like
Okay, in the meantime, let me have my brother close. My brother Abraham, your parting statement for the night. And Cole, I don't know whether you're saying stuff here. Let me try to upload it. Go ahead, Abraham.
Doro, let me say thank you to you for being here. But I just want to say thank you to the Jones Security. They have done an excellent job. Now it remains now with the Justice Ministry for them to be able to do that piece. The Justice Ministry, and I strongly believe they will do as excellent as the security people have done. Lord, look at the money that our honorable mayor is spending to that rehabilitation center. Look at the young brothers and sisters that they are detoxing the drugs from in their system for them to be reputable people into society. Lord, if you were to go on Broad Street, if you are to arrive in Labra today, and if you are to arrive in Labra Town Pass, the differences is that you will not see the Zogo has compared to the way the Zogo were in the street yesterday.
That's right. That's right.
What does that say to you? We have come to be able to clean, to be able to clean the entire, to be able to rescue the entire country. And I am with the hope and with the strong convictions that this president, that his honorable vice president, that his cabinet ministers and directors, that they will serve the Liberian people diligently. Go on this day that we will give power to people, then we'll be serving you. Instead of you serving the people who empower you, and then they are now serving you. This government said no to that. We will serve the Liberian people. That's what this president is noted for. And I am zealous and I am joyful that our country will not go back to those days. Duadu, let me say thank you. Thank you to Ante Kohu and Bibra Daros. Thank you. See you when I see you.
Thank you so much, Abraham. And Councilor Man, you got a cue or?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, go ahead.
So I think before I get to that step, there was one caller who spoke about whether the investigation or more. I think he lost. Whether the investigation can be open to the public so everybody see what is going on. And look, my people are big here. Why act there, Liberia? Liberia is the only country that exists in the world. Which country investigation can the investigator investigating a crime? Do you acquire everybody in the room so you can see open show while they asking the other person questions? Doing it. Why does it happen? And today, sadly. Today I was listening to a gentleman on the radio station in Liberia. I think he lives here in the States. And I think he's a police officer. He works here in America as a police officer. And he was analyzing this arrest and the warrant of arrest and all that. But he said a couple of things that really struck me, and sometimes I wonder why people would do these things to our country. He talked about the police need to be open, they need to be transparent so that people don't do political, so they don't think that they are being as political witch hunting and all that. So I asked myself, this police officer in America, when they're investigating cases, the other people, do they open it up for the other people to talk about political witch hunt? In America, they can talk about political witch hunt.
But who get it a say?
Or he does his work professionally as a police. No, but when you give me advice, you give advice as a professional in the area. You don't come to put politics. Why would a police officer start telling law enforcement to start why they don't call Jolin Bouladin, why they have not arrested the other person, why the other person is not in there, then you give the people impression. Why would a police officer say that instead of talking about the substance of what the investigation is about and the professionalism? In America, when they're investigating, who thinks about, do you hear any investigation agency talk about political witch hunt, or they got to show, or if they're investigating people from the Democratic Party, or President Trump says this other former advisor is on investigation by the state, I mean, how you call it, the attorney general. Do you hear the opposition party, the Democrats come there, they open it and say that witch hunt, so you got to show everybody that you are being fair and you're not being biased and you're not being selective. You know, you are a professional and you must advise Liberia based on your profession. But when you start to mingle, and that's why I say sometimes, you know, for us lawyers too, especially some of the lawyers who are brought in to stand with these people. When you come, you are a lawyer. You are not part of the problem. You are not the accused. You are not part of the matter. So you do your work as a lawyer. But when the lawyers start to go into the political realm, oh, this thing is witch hunting. Why you didn't bring the other person? We think that you're persecuting. Then you are leaving your role now as a professional, as a lawyer, and you're getting into politics. And I thought that's what a police officer was doing today. And I thought that was very unfortunate to do that to our people I mean, people listen to you because they believe that from where you stand or sit, you have some professional advice to give. But there's no way in America that people start to investigate crime based on people's perception as to whether they are biased or not biased. So why would you want Liberian law enforcement officers to subject themselves to that kind of, whether they are, to think about how people will think, whether they are biased or not biased? The police have what they have. And like Carl says, it is the prosecution and the police got the evidence. They know what they have for which they have charged somebody. Whether they charge John Brown, you don't know why they have not charged John Brown. You don't know why they have not charged Peter Paul. But what they have charged, it is the duty for them to just go. And like somebody said, Madam Taylor has no, she can say nothing. She has no duty to say anything. It is the police who charge, the prosecution who have made that charge. They have the burden to prove. She can just sit down and crank her legs and say, "You prove it." So nobody has anything to do but to start insinuating that people must start doing, and that's the same thing the other caller talk about, whether the police can open the door so that people can come. You see the question they're asking the people, so everybody can have that fact. You open that door, says people still have their own bias. They'll see the question the man asking the man. Why are you asking the man a particular kind of question? He asking another question that how will be. But well, let me come to this thing. Yes, you know, the Constitution says that any act that the president commits whilst he's president and sitting as president, he's immune from any suit, any action, any judicial proceeding. All right. And as I explained the last time, it is that in the wisdom, that's why the Article 62 continues to tell you why on some of the occasions when the president can be removed from office for treason, for bribery, for other felonies, violation of the Constitution, or gross misconduct. Now, as I said, as sitting president, when people write the law, they write the law for the law to govern the good of the society. So people don't expect a president to openly violate the law or commit crime.
That's right.
But the Constitution says that if the president does that, goes above, misconduct himself, and people can look at serious gross misconduct, or violates the Constitution, or commits a felony, probably we're talking about drug, and you catch the whole drug in the president convoy, the president car, the president house, or whatever, you're able to lead the president. The responsibility is given to the legislature. Now, while this person has sat down as the president, is sitting as a president, has committed a crime for which that person needs to be removed. That's an obligation. It is not a choice. In the Article 62 is not a choice. It is an obligation given to the legislature to have the president impeached and removed. Once he's removed or she's removed, then that person can go for prosecution. But also, as I've always said, that some situation will require for us to test our law. So let's say, for example, whilst the person, because a criminal is not a criminal until you are caught and you are convicted.
That's right.
So, that's why we see a lot of people in black t-shirt and you see they shake back you and all of them in black t-shirt talking. Some people can be on the pulpit. The pastor can be on the pulpit until he's caught.
So he's caught.
And this man is a hardcore criminal. You would think that man that the second Jesus Christ that God sent. People have a way to do things. And people will be shocked that this person, of all people, but that is what it is. You see, the man was in a black t-shirt, fighting drugs and all that, but they know what they were doing. All right. So what the law, I believe, can be tested is that the question should arise is that, okay, what if the crime was detected after the president left the office?
That's
a question.
That's the question. Yeah.
What if the crime was when the president was sitting, they did not detect the crime? So there was no reason to have the president impeached or nobody raised alarm about a crime. But what if the president left the office, then you detect a crime was committed by this person? Does it mean that because the crime was committed while he was sitting, but nobody detected the crime, and until after the person left, the person cannot be prosecuted? Will the person still enjoy that immunity? For me, I would say no. Because you see, at the time the crime was committed, and that was one of the problems I had with our law on these financial crimes and corruptions.
Yep.
Because it tell you, say, when you discover corruption today, you got 5 years within which to 5 years.
Yeah.
If a 5 year pass, then the statute of limitation bars you. You can't come back. So if I in some of good government will get 6 years, and the 4 year ago they steal all the money, they know about it, they come, they all the report, everything say you do nothing until the 6 year can pass, you can come back to prosecute me because the time you discover the crime, you did not do anything until after 5 years. And for me, that is unfair.
Yeah.
Crimes should have no statute of limitation. Crimes cannot expire. It takes 100 years, they must charge you, they will get it to prosecute you, because some people can get, some of the government go 12 years. And they be covered in the criminal act. Everybody see it, but nobody want to touch anybody. So you will see that people go free.
Yeah.
So those are some of the challenges can happen if a president leaves office and a crime is now discovered after the president has left office. Will we say, oh, by the time the thing happened, the time that president or in office, so the president cannot go back because it's immune? No, I would say no, because at that time, nobody discovered it, nobody knew it. And that would be probably the challenge now to go back to Supreme Court to interpret whether that also crosses it. And as I said, we need to challenge our laws, because we don't challenge the laws. Many things we get taken for granted, Dwalu. But I don't think people should be surprised when you hear say, oh, the person was caught this place. Say, the person who are acting Holy Mary or Holy Jesus, or the person who are in the forefront for the fight against drugs, it shouldn't surprise you, because people can put up facades. People know how to pretend. People can show the different sides. Even when you marry somebody, down 10, 15, 20 years, the person you living with and sleeping with every day, you know that they get set aside when they say you will not know it, you will not know it. And one day somebody come and say, what? I never knew this person was this, or the person has been keeping this secret for me from all these years. It happens. We are human beings. So people should not say because, oh, a car is this person, or a counselor looking at this, so tomorrow you say, no. You will never know. It's only for the evidence to prove itself and to show so that Liberians can see, and that only in the court during trial that you will see those pieces of evidence. People say, what a tip, what do people call, what they think. That thing is not going to show you right now until the thing starts. It's not going to go in a ministerial court to start bringing witnesses and things. The only problem, the only person who thought that would be the investigation to tell the magistrate how they arrive at the charges. That would be all. But to show evidence and to do this one and do that one, that's not what preliminary examination is about. You know, so let me say thanks to all of you, and I wish you all a good, very, very, very good evening. Mo,
Thank you so much. And before I go to Honorable Mo Ali, I want to say this: that you guys are putting to all black Mr. Nimley. Mr. Nimley has not broken the laws, what the guidelines of the platform. He has not. He's an agitator. We gotta allow the brother to be here. He has not insulted anybody. Yeah, he agitated, made some people vet, but the brother got the right to be here. So I cannot block him unless he breaks the rules governing the platform. You cannot attack somebody directly and say the person but
why,
somebody can say, "Oh, so criminal." We can't do that.
why you wasting time? Yeah, let the man read anything one. Why
Yeah,
you
yeah,
wasting
been ready all right.
not
Mo,
read?
go ahead.
You're
You
not
know,
read
go about they may
I
get it right
don't
to
pick
be here.
up.
Yeah,
I don't pick him. I don't lean. I don't respond to him.
yeah.
So
So Lord,
it,
may
it,
not
and
causing they may get
apparently
it
when
right to
I
be.
hit him on the corn, it can be juking the man. So the man
It get you the best one to yeah, the man stick around. Yeah,
so,
enjoy my meal.
so
And Mo, your party statement.
Yeah, let me close up quickly. So the person Councilor Mao was talking
And
about
Mo,
is
I'm so
Alfred
sorry.
Johnson.
This question was answered, my brother Kabe. If the crime continues after the presidency, that's obvious. He's a private citizen now. He will be tried like any other citizen. Even me, I'm not a lawyer, I can answer, but consider mine. They come for your more. So if
that's
the
right.
crime continues after the presidency,
When the crime continues,
yeah.
then which means is that we have uncovered the crime while he's sitting there and we let it to continue.
No,
Then
after he
in
leaves
that
the
case,
presidency and the
no, that
crime he was going,
if you
yeah,
say it continues,
yeah,
because it's like while the president is president,
yeah,
we've seen some action that we think clearly violates the law,
correct,
and we do nothing about it.
correct.
And then that person serves a term and goes out of the presidency. For me, that's where that immunity comes in, because the responsibility on the legislature to have impeached that person so that the person faces the law, we waive that right. We didn't do anything. But if the crime is discovered after the person leaves office, I mean, people didn't know about the crime until after there was an
No,
investigation.
that's not the question. That's not the question.
But you see, the crime
The question
continues.
is, yeah, after he, okay, Councilor Mai is president of Liberia. Councilor Mai is
Why
involved
can't
in,
you
okay, Dwadu president of Liberia. Dwadu stealing car all around Moria and selling it. And nobody impeach me. I get out of the presidency, I still stealing car.
you still continue the sticker?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one you stole recently, by the time you get out of the presidency, like one will catch you for. The
Okay,
one,
that
but
is
we
it.
can't come back. We can't come back and say
Yeah.
the time you were president, the one you were stealing, we knew about it.
More,
Like,
more Adika was stole.
you
You
know,
get charged for that one,
no.
our president.
But Dwalo, that
Of
one
course,
when you're not in the presidency, you commit crime, they will catch you.
of
Thank
course,
you. Yeah,
of course,
That one
you
is
know,
not
above the
anything
law.
that anybody should be
But
asking
even if
questions
you're in the
about.
presidency and you commit the crime, the
yeah,
Constitution gives an obligation. It's not a choice.
yeah,
It's an obligation to the legislature to have you impeached.
yeah.
Because you don't want a president sitting down that everybody knows this president has committed crime or is a criminal or is an
You know,
alleged criminal.
I really suggest we find a day to argue this out because, like you said, Councilor Ma, they say the legislature should impeach and remove you, then you can be tried.
Yeah,
Mhm.
But you also rightly said, why if nobody knows about the crime
that's right.
and the crime
No,
was
no,
discovered
I'm
after
saying,
your presidency?
no, the Constitution says when you are sitting and you commit it, that means somebody knows or they find out.
So you
Yes.
can only commit okay, so we know
But
that the crime is committed
there are
when
times more,
we know.
there are times that the president can even violate the Constitution and legislators will just sit down and say they didn't do anything.
Especially
I
that
agree.
Especially when you get political parties or your party dominant, they will sit down and say, we're not doing it. But the Constitution says no. Once that's a violation of the Constitution, the president should be removed. The president cannot be violating the Constitution. But then some people can sit down and say, yeah, y'all can talk, they're not moving the president. They're not doing it. Suppose you go do an audit and they say, oh, but the president has no right to authorize this spending and this money. It's a criminal matter. But if people say, we're not moving the president, that's what I'm talking
Anyway,
about. Yeah.
y'all will be arguing that one. But the person
Yeah.
you were talking about is Alfred Johnson.
Yeah, that's the guy's name.
His name is Polozika Do on Facebook. Alfred is a police officer in the Maryland Police Department. And as far as I know, he has never attempted to one day discuss even Maryland politics anywhere. The Maryland where he served as police officer in, my second to the last post on Facebook, there's this black and white picture I posted, and I said, meet Pamumo BC, the man who knows everything in 1822. This guy is a police officer. I believe he's a professional police officer in the US. I've been knowing him for a very long time before he could even go to the. But Alfred, when it comes to Liberia, he knows everything. When it comes to engineering, he did a Martin Colley. He knows engineering, he knows the economy, he knows law, he knows policing, he knows everything. Alfred knows it when it comes to Liberia. Everything. And the reason why I made that post, in fact, he go, oh, the charge sheet are rare. If that's the charge sheet, I mean, the prosecutor really need to have something better, because if that's the charge sheet, then I don't see whole lot of blah, 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 blah. And the parade Facebook, they planted there. They planted no all. You know, that Martin there. He jumped in the country. He gave RG 48 hours to resign. The evidence he's bringing, it will lead to his immediate dismissal and blah, blah. We say, okay. We sat down and patiently counted the 48 hours. 48 hours came. Then he went and took a lady's car, registered in her name, a professional lady, Rose Kingston. Rose Kingston, where Baka Jaliba working with Metal Steel, Rose Kingston was Baka Jaliba's boss lady. She was head of HR at Metal. She's been a professional person. Then you jump, you put a woman car registration up. You say Gregory using the car that the cartel gained the car. They register in Rose Kingston name. Then everybody jump on you. Then Rose Kingston responded, and she has even threatened a lawsuit. You jump from there, you go, you send somebody, they take picture of a car from Bella Casa. You post that one, another evidence, you jump to another lady called Stephanie. You say, oh, Stephanie parked a car to Bella Casa and ran away. Who parks a car in an open hotel and run away? Then it turns out the car you took and posted the picture that Amin Moda's wife car you took picture of. Then they threaten you on our side. You run from there. The next thing you jump to, they say, my man, they evidence here, not evidencing at all. You know, they knew saying Liberia. Eh? You jump, oh, you say tomorrow I'm going to expose the former Vice President Joao Taylor. Then you put some kind of company there. Everybody say, my man, do not confuse us. Let's finish with Gregory Como case first. Just calling name and saying car and this and that. Then the next thing you jump, you say, oh, Gregory Como, backer from America, the car coming that cartel money. They gain the cartel money. So Gregory Como, when that person runs stupid, the money the cartel bribes him way, he tell us money and go back for the police. Then they catch you on that side. You run from there. You say, oh, the justice minister. Then one picking go and bring all the PPCC documents. They say we bought the car from Dutch Health or whatever it is.
No, but Mo, you want us out with a black Jeep that Gregory driving.
But I don't talk about a black Jeep. That a black Jeep when you register with Rose King, register in Rose King.
No, that one sweet price. I said that the money the cartel get a black Jeep, then they give it to him as give the register in Rose Kingston. That is why the Jeep ain't get no government Liberia rating on it, ain't get no GSA, ain't get nothing. The time the Rose Kingston responded, and then he say, okay, so why Gregory Como take the government car and
why Gregory Como is driving somebody's private car?
Yeah, then he said, but why they take the government car? I thought he said that not government car. They say that government car. Why they put a private lesson plate on the government car?
Yeah,
I would have just pulled it back. Sometimes people can make mistakes. You should have cut that thing short and pulled it back.
So one begin when they research, they begin brought all the PPCC documents on this car. They put even paying for the car. They went into agreement with this Dutch company, and say we'll pay you some. Every year when government put money, we'll pay you the other one. So basically, you will give all the car and will be that's a pay. Then the next thing you join, you say, yeah, GAC audit. So the people now asking, but how can GAC audit drug money? It's this thing about the ego that I cannot be wrong. Everything I say must come to pass and this and that. So I say, okay, they agree now that the money that not drug money, they calling for audit. He went in row one, long or novel under my post. I just told him, my man, no time, summarize it. At least put it in 2 sentences.
Yeah.
This is how many of these people just pass around and pretend like they know everything in this country. You jeopardizing the case. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, you are doing the cartel a favor. And you know, Mame posted something. Drug cartels fight back in 2 ways. One is to get at the head of investigation and murder them and try to implicate them in everything. The other way, they fight through journalists, media entities. That I'm talking, it's a whole international journalist body that wrote that. Some of these things you do, it favors the people. And you know, we speak to some of our friends in security. They say every time somebody is there giving information through the jumbo, they post some stuff out, then people get afraid. You cannot be expert everywhere. They say, oh, the meta analyst, the meta researcher. You know, researcher anywhere. You are not. Researchers will sit down, they will analyze, they will double check, they will do due diligence. If you are a researcher and somebody took Amimoda's wife car picture and send it to you, you would have double checked it, you would have checked properly, and you would have realized that, oh no, this car belongs to this person. You would have known that Rose Kingston is a professional woman. She works in Liberia, she has worked in the US, and she was recently appointed by the president. You would have understood all of those things if you're a researcher. You're not a researcher. You're nothing. You just sit there, people give you anything and you run with it and you think you're right.
So what is
the
family for?
2 things. You say you want to run.
So what is threatening my family for?
Then the next thing you jump up, they threaten my family. Who get down to threaten who?
You might sound police to your family security.
You will write President Baka to provide protection.
Security.
You nothing. Nobody cares for you. Everybody knows you're a liar. Everybody knows you sit down, you manufacture things, you go, you do AR thing. You don't even know how to do the AR thing. You create car, you say Gregory sitting inside, no we on both sides, and blah 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 blah. Simply because you want to tarnish somebody's reputation. You're good there.
Put up more, go relax a little bit, and we make some progress. Go. Honorable man, how are you doing? Good night. Tom, that you and myself, I got your video queue.
I don't like how Ambrose can leave right after Mo talk. So you listening backstage. I don't like how you can run away from the history. Let's go. But before we get to the history, I wanted you to actually have played that. Actually, it's also history, I guess.
So play the video.
Yeah, play the video, please.
All right.
To say that I still don't see the connection of how he could be held responsible for those things done in Sierra Leone when they were actually done by Sierra Leonean armed forces. I'm sorry that things happened the way they did in Sierra Leone, but it's hard to be responsible for rape in Liberia and someone gets raped in Sierra Leone. And these are some of the issues, rape and torture, that he was not personally involved with. As a layperson sitting outside and watching the trial, I didn't see that clear indication without a reasonable doubt that this person was involved. I don't think he should be held responsible for problems in Sierra Leone. However, if you talk about the crisis in Liberia, for which he was head of, then that's a different story. Our country has gone through a very difficult process. There is still much left to be done. Our country is still not reconciled. I do not think a war crimes code for Liberia will be the best thing. We are a very small country made up of less than maybe 4 million persons. And the interrelatedness of the families are so tight. If you drag one person to court, the families that are attached, it will just have a ripple effect. Of course, the war didn't come out of the sky. There were shortfalls in previous governments that created a platform that people felt they had no other option, and it escalated in what we had. And whether you were involved fully in arranging the war, whether you sat on the side and say, hey, I'm not a part of what's going on, we've all played a role somehow. And I think we should just leave it where it is and move forward.
Imagine that.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I wanted to play this, Dwalu, is because, I'm not a psychologist, but you get into the mindset of people who do terrible things and how they rationalize and justify it, right? Mm-hmm. The country is small, we're all interconnected. This is the same rationale that some Liberians use when their children are harmed or raped by family members, molested by family members. The same kind of mindset some of these women have. And they'll say, for the sake of the family, boy Joe or boy Anthony, this so thing to the leg gear, let's just let it be and handle the family with. That's the thinking. And that's why children are not protected. That's why horrible things continue to happen, because the mentality of impunity, we all connected, nobody should be held accountable, and then the collective guilt. No, Joel, I did not commit any war crimes in Liberia.
None.
And I did not participate in war. And no, everyone did not participate in war. There are people, in fact, the vast majority of Liberians did not participate in war. Yes, there are many Liberians who pointed out their neighbors to be killed, but most Liberians did not do that. There are many Liberians who held gun and killed people, but most Liberians did not do that. So don't bring this whole collective guilt because you want to absolve either yourself or people close to you of crimes. So your thinking is, we all connected, so nobody should be held accountable. Now, that's the mindset, Dwalu, that emboldened her.
That's exactly.
To do the things that she did.
Yeah.
Right? So, thinking that everybody thinks like you. Everybody doesn't think like you. We're not all sociopaths. We're not psychotic. We're not killers. Not all of us are killers. Your behavior, your sociopathic behavior is not normal. And I keep wanting to say this thing. I know that Minister Pierre wanted to say that, people are innocent until proven guilty. That clause is for the courts, the actual courts. It's not for citizens.
Nope.
That clause is for the courts. It's not for citizens. It's not for the citizens. It's for the courts. And so this idea that, we all guilty, that's not true. We're not all guilty.
No, but it's coming like this that people don't understand how we address. And Mr. Nimble, this is not true. You don't have to just know.
Maybe Mr. Nimble took part in the Civil War, and that's my point. Yeah. People who molest children, they think everybody molests children.
Yeah.
People who steal and lie, they believe everybody can steal and lie.
I never took part in the war. I mean, I left 1990 across the border.
I mean, there's people who lived there throughout and never took part in the war that were trying to save people. There's people who were there that are trying to help people.
That's right.
So there are heroes there that didn't hold gun, ain't kill anybody.
No.
Offered shelter to orphans, took in people's babies when they were killed and left their babies without parents. They took them in. They are heroes. Everybody not wicked. Wicked people always like to push this collective guilt. It ain't no almost all either. It ain't even half.
It's not even half.
If you and your circle of people, it's almost all of y'all. It's not almost all of us. If it's almost all of you and your circle of people, they're not y'all. But it's not almost all of us. Most of us did not participate in that war.
Most people did not.
The death toll would have been even higher. That's how they like to go collective guilt. Everybody was selling slaves. That's not true. There were many people that were against the slave trade, that fought against it. Everybody were killing people in the war, participating. That's not true.
It's not true.
That's that collective guilt that justified them killing people based on ethnicity and tribe too. One guild man slap you, all the guild people.
People are guilty, yes.
They will all die. That is not normal. That's sociopathic, psychotic behavior. It's not normal. Y'all get help. And no, most Liberian people are not sick like that. It's not the majority of our people.
And just for me to put in the perspective a little bit, because I walked from Buchanan to Locke in 1990. I would say 97% of the people were workers. They were not soldiers. They were not part of it. Maybe less than 2-3% are people that held guns. So thousands of people were leaving Buchanan going towards the interior. They didn't hold guns. And that was consistent across the country. Even most of the people that were leaving Nima County when we were in the Ivory Coast, that were running in 1990 coming to Monrovia, thousands of people, they were not part of this, but it rubbed off everybody. If that's what you mean, we understand. Everybody had to bear the burden of the war, but only a few people, I would say less than 10% of the country's population partook in that war. That killed people that were doing the harm in the country.
Yeah, people were running away. They were going to refugee camps. They were hiding. They were being shot at. Yeah. They were trying to, I have a cousin who survived the Lutheran Church massacre.
Imagine.
And one of the very few people who survived.
Wow.
The Lutheran Church massacre, he survived by hiding between the zinc and the ceiling. He was a kid. When he climbed out of the zinc, he saw the bodies of people that he had just seen living hours before. And he was a child when this happened. It was the older boys that pulled him up into the rafter. He tells that story. It's so heartbreaking. Did he participate in the war? No.
He didn't participate.
What y'all talking so? They didn't want to know where I was. I was not among your circle of almost all wicked people. That's where I was. I was not among y'all. Talking about almost all. Maybe he fought war or part of some kind of faction.
Yeah.
Then you say almost all. But the ordinary citizens did not participate. They were.
But you can see the videos. You can tell from the videos.
Women walking, grandmothers with their babies, grandbabies tied on their back, being shot at. You want to say she and the baby participated in the war? Women and children that were victimized. It wasn't everybody. It wasn't almost everybody. It wasn't even close to half.
It was not even close.
So y'all stop that wickedness, and yes, y'all will pay. Y'all will pay for what you're doing. If not in this life, in the next life.
In fact, one time there was a question asked to Charles Taylor when he was in Calabar about the approximate soldiers that he had under his command. The entire MPFL, he said anywhere from 25 to 30,000 people. And Prince Johnson had far less. And the guys out of the southeast, Nimland, then what's the name? I forget the guy's name. The senator now out of Grand Jita County, most of the faction were less than 10,000 men. So if you really take those numbers, they were far, far less than 5% of the country's population.
Exactly.
So it was far less. So not everybody.
And some of the people themselves who were fighting with children, they were themselves.
With children, exactly. So you cannot even hold them responsible.
It's just but I just wanted to play that because people were messaging me and saying, "Oh, you're being so heartless. You don't have empathy for the woman. You get empathy." Let me tell you something. If I kill, if I sell drugs, if I commit crime, y'all put me in jail.
Put me in jail.
The reason I don't do those things is because I don't want to go to jail. That's why I don't do those things. I live within my means. You guys sit down here. People have been trafficking drugs, opening up the country to transnational drug operators, breaking our country down. And you know what hurts me, Dwalu? Before we get into the history, I gotta say this. You know what hurting me, Dwalu? You know what's hurting me?
I'm listening, Mama.
The amount of money that will call. The down payment for an average house in America, that is 20% down payment we'll look for and give to pour ourselves in mortgage debt. Say, okay, and 20% get rid of the PMI. That's the money she sold Liberia for.
Can you imagine?
Money that we hold in our hand like this, that what she sold our country for.
After playing with money her whole life.
That is what she sold the country for. 75,000 plus 45,000 plus 15,000.
chicken feed.
Dwalu.
For somebody who's held money. Child said used to bring the money by truck in a horse.
Dwalu. That is just unimaginable. That's why I said maybe that all they could prove. Please tell me she got millions of dollars for what she did. Tell me that woman was tempted with millions of dollars, not thousands. Can you imagine?
When I saw the number, I said, but wait a minute,
you know, Dwalu, in Nevada, they can say witchcraft can born plenty children. Because there's this concept that when you're greedy and wicked, you can even sell your own children
yeah,
for whatever thing you want. That's the mindset of these kind of people. They will even sell their babies, Dwalu.
Yeah, they sell born some more.
So if you can, that the witchcraft is my mindset. Oh, you want to bring a dress you like, oh, the 45,000. Well, you know what people can waste 45,000 on? Vacation. Wow. Dwalu.
You see the money?
Even the $15,000 woman took the recent one that they grabbed on the $15,000. That's some vacation money for a family. Yeah. That go on vacation money. You selling like bro for summer vacation to go. The money people can spend to go to Walt Disney World with their children. That's what you selling like bro for?
Yeah.
Here, and people are defending this.
Go. The thing is, I'm not a psychologist, but it is mind-boggling now because I'm really trying to understand why when Dwalu commits a crime, why do people in Liberia believe that you have to somehow shield Dwalu from consequence? And even if they know that Dwalu actually committed that crime, they will say, you know what wrong, Dwalu that one. What I don't know, it don't exist so easily elsewhere. I would say, you know what wrong? Yeah, I know Kawu, but Kawu did a crime. Yeah, I can get small money to work Kawu's defense team or the Dwalu defense team. But I would not say Kawu, but now pay for her crime. Why?
I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with people. Let me tell you something. I have gotten to the point now where I'm old enough and wise enough in my humble way to understand that there's consequences for your actions.
Yeah.
There's also consequences for your inactions.
Inaction, exactly.
Right? And sitting there and allowing people to go with impunity is also a sin.
Sometimes even a greater sin.
They want Joseph Boyka's administration to look the other way because of who she was, so that he can carry the burden of her sins on his shoulders. He will not do it.
I bear no man's burden.
Let the people pay for what they've done with their own hands. Let everyone pay for what they've done with their own hands. So anyway, that's what I wanted to say. I wanted to pull that thing there. Like the sister that said that Brins get sorry heart.
No, I don't call that sorry.
I think we do. I think it's Stockholm syndrome. It's a psychological issue because of the abuse that we've endured. We think big people are better than us.
Yeah.
Right? So, but one little boy will go steal motorbike tire and it will burn him to death in the streets.
Yeah.
But the big people, they're better than us. So I even know that sorrowful heart or Stockholm syndrome, where we psychologically have this concept that the people who abuse us, we deserve the abuse and they're right to do it. So they will not bear consequences for the abuse. It's sad.
Very sad. Very, very sad. And the money, when I read through the first, I had to shake my head twice. I said, but no way. There's no freaking way. You could not even get my attention for that money they gave them.
Marcia Snelling said 4th of July, when they put the fireworks, she was triggered. My husband had to talk himself through it. And always when we go to see fireworks, he's just stoic, not knowing. He's reliving trauma. Imagining things. And we there enjoying it all goofy and clapping.
Yeah.
And then one day I realized, I said, what's going on? And men have a way of psyching themselves up to not show emotion.
Yep.
And you got to be in tune with your husbands, your brothers. When they become stoic and silent, something going on. You understand? Sometimes, like for us, we'll express it. Women, we express it.
Yeah.
So she like my sister said she would go under the bed. Yeah, that women there, I'll be like, oh my, like, if I see something creepy in my garden, I would freak out and stoic. Liberian men are so stoic, and I think it's a result of trauma to some extent. How they cope with trauma.
It is a form of trauma. You know, men that's saying men can cry. Oh, but shut up. So you grew up that way. You're not supposed to cry. You're not supposed to show emotion.
Not to show emotion. Even when something is triggering trauma, your whole face just shut down. Y'all see my camera messing up. I need to get a new camera. My camera is.
I catch myself all the time trying to own train myself not to do that, and it gets difficult. I think the only person that can guess me to be entirely human is my daughter, because it's like but you that's how you grow up. Men don't cry. My begin get off here, man. It can be hurting you. You can cry.
But what I want you to do for me, please, is play the last video. That video wasn't meant for history, even though it is kind of history. But
you just sent me a video.
Yeah. So the video, while you're pulling it up, is about it's from 1926. Because I remember I told you this is the 100th anniversary of the first motion picture to be shot in Liberia, which was done by the Harvard Medical Expedition team in 1926. So these images are 100 years old.
I didn't get no video from you. The last video is the Joe Howard Taylor video. So it's
is there?
Is the one that says Liberia 1961?
No, it's right after the Jewel one. I'm seeing that. Oh, it's still sending. I see why.
Yeah, it's still sending.
Okay, so while it's doing that, I'll just kind of explain. So the footage is from 1926. It's in Banga. The Banga, y'all can spell Banga. Y'all need to change the spelling to the way it's pronounced, Banga. So it's from 1926, and it's of a horse and a horseman in Banga in 1926. The reason that's remarkable to me is because we know horses don't do well in the rainforest. They don't do well in the jungle, as we say, right? But the horse looks pretty healthy, so I'm assuming that the person brought the horse from the north, past the hills and into, the same place the cows come from. Yeah. So it's delivered now to all of them. So for hundreds of years, centuries, they have marched cattle from the savanna and the Sahel region of West Africa into the rainforest. So the cows have always taken that route through Ganta. The road that we drive from Monrovia to Ganta was paved over an ancient footpath that existed for centuries. It's a trade route. For centuries, they used to bring cattle. They used to even, unfortunately, bring human chattel slaves, people in bondage, to be sold on the coast. It's the road to Duko. And that road stretches and it passed through what is Ganta and all the towns. The reason the road zigzags is because it would pass through all of these towns on the way to Duko and picking up sometimes enslaved people, picking up all kinds of goods and services and whatnot. So Banga is part of that caravan road that these things would come through, horses even from far away. But the video is there. I want you to play it. And then what I did is I would pause the video, take a still image, and then colorize it so we can see what maybe they had looked like. Okay. And I want you to pay close attention to this. I will call him an ancestor because this is 1926, 100 years ago. So he's no longer with us, clearly. But this is, look at his clothes and look at our flag. That's all I got to say. Just watch it.
They keep asking, whose flag is this? As though a star must have a tribe. As though history can be divided into neat little boxes. Native, Congo, this group, that group. As though a people can be separated from centuries of movement, marriage, struggle, memory, and becoming. The problem isn't how we see the flag. The problem is how we see ourselves. We put ourselves into boxes and then demand the history fit inside them. But history is a continuum. It moves, it meets, it mixes, it remembers. It carries yesterday into today, and today into whatever we become tomorrow. Liberia is no different. Our history is complex because we are complex. So when you look at this flag, stop searching for somebody else. See yourself in the reflection. The flag is not asking whether you are native or Congo. The flag is telling you, you are Liberian.
It's beautiful.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
so the flag is telling you you're Liberian. Anyway, that was yesterday's Flag Day song. I just put over the video, but I wanted you all to see that and the beauty and the magnificence of it, and to know that this concept that our people are so pitiful, living in the interior, just pitiful, is not true. It's not true. This inferiority complex that they've imposed upon us to see our history through a lens of inferiority, we have to do better. And we have to give the respect to the people who came before us, that they were sound-minded people. They were, in many cases, more ethical and more intelligent than we display ourselves to be. And so we should not project backwards into time onto our ancestors. The simplicity and the boxes and the bigotry that we've put ourselves in, we shouldn't project that backwards into time, because they didn't think the way we think. Their minds were not like ours. And so this is our history. It's beautiful, it's empowering, and thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching. And to know our own self, we must embrace this history. They control their own faculty despite what you may have been told. We got work to do, Cole. Every time we remind ourselves, in order to fully understand Liberia and rid ourselves of this inferiority complex that you spoke about, that sometimes we all are guilty of, we have to understand who we are. And I think if we really do that, Liberia will rise to heights that we ourselves may not even imagine. We got work to do. I'm not saying we should not have empathy for people in Liberia. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if a man commits a crime, he must pay for the consequences of that if we are going to grow. This is not being wicked. This is not being, hey man, the man. No. If we want to protect the future for our children, for the next generation, to keep the Liberian family together, to pass on our traditions properly, it must be done in a structured way, in a society that is guided by regulations and laws as pertaining to our constitution, or the statutes that we've written ourselves for law and order in our society. Sometimes we don't want to do these things, and yet and still we want the fruits of diligence and excellence and prudence. It don't work that way. You gotta literally fight for it. People make conscious decisions. They say, you know what, Ron? I'm gonna be a Viazi smoker. It's a conscious decision that's made by a grown man. And if the consequences of smoking Viazi mean you're gonna be laying by the wayside, and you're gonna have no control of yourself, you're gonna be the least amongst us, that's the decision you've made. You have to pay for those. I'm not saying society should not find a way to help the least amongst us, but if you make that decision, you got to live with the consequences to some degree if we are going to grow. And what that does is it forces everybody else to do the right thing, because now we aspire to that. But when we take somebody, hey, you tried a man too, you made a man representative too, hey man, at one person, that play you can try people at the representative level. Government position and not try and error place there. These are people who've burned the midnight candle, who set themselves apart, who study, who prepare. They're fit for that position because you're not just doing work in Liberia, you're competing globally. I want you to think about this one day. You take somebody like Papi Solo, he's across the table from a Harvard lawyer on a concession contract. Who you think going to win that contract? They will eat or raw. These things are real. Let me just say, sometimes people say, oh, Dwalu, book, that I'm bold with E. Literally, that bold with E. It's like that's exactly what we're gonna eat. Because people will eat our lunch. We've signed so many lopsided concessions in the country. People get kicked back. Look at what Jewel Howard Taylor has been accused of. If you think about it, I'm not kidding you. I will not look twice if somebody gave me $45,000 for I'm not even gonna look at that money twice. Because I'm gonna weigh plenty the team. I got 2 boys. What are they gonna think about, Daddy? That's the first thing I'm gonna think about. Can I make this money myself in the same span of time? Can I hustle? How am I gonna look at my wife? My daughter. So I work. So if you want to brag, Dwalu, that means my beginning, I'm working ever again in their lives. My grandchildren will not work. If I am going to take a look at you, I'm not saying it's justified at that point. But if people think of in such low term that can say no wrong, a sitting vice president that not take buying money to push $15,000 at her.
It's painful, Dwalu.
It's extremely painful when you think about it. It's an insult to all of us in the country. $75,000. I know when you back home and you hear $75,000, I get it. I get it from somebody way beyond for you, and the person, they cutting their plan. Somebody put $75,000. I understand it. But somebody who not
in all fairness, sorry, Dwali, Marcia, it was 45.
Yeah.
It's 75 plus 45 plus 15. What at 135? The down payment at your 20% down payment on your house. Your down payment on your house.
Well, you get there right now. You
can't even buy the whole house with that money. That the down payment on the house, your 20% down payment. That's your first house that you buy with small down payment. But the second house, when you become an adult, you say I'm buying big house. You go, that's what she did. And let me tell you something. It's disgusting. I'm not saying it would be justified if it was 135 million. What I'm saying is it should have been 135 million. The insult to injury is the amount.
That they got the girls to come and sit before one of the highest people in our country. Jewel Howard Taylor is no small potato. I'm telling you, she's at the very peak, like in the top 0.001% of quote unquote at one point the most important people in our society. And somebody look out and say, I gave you $45,000.
First of all, I've never been first lady. I probably will never be first lady. I don't know what the future holds for my husband, but I've never been vice president or senator. And I don't hang around with drug dealers, Dwalu. I don't put myself, I will not hang around with criminals. They're not in my circle.
What do you make of?
I don't think I'm better than people. I'm just not a criminal. So why hanging around with criminals for? Why are you hanging around with criminals?
But what do you make of this argument? They fool the woman into accepting the money. Don't answer it. I'm thinking. Don't answer it.
What?
That's somebody's argument. That's somebody's argument.
So if somebody fool you to kill somebody, you're not guilty of murder?
Mama, I okay. I yet putting the other.
No, I'm let's say she not. First of all, she's not dull.
Yeah, she's not dull. She's a lawyer too, by the way.
She's not dull. She's
a lawyer.
She's a very smart woman. She's not.
Yeah, very smart woman.
She's not mentally,
nothing.
There's people who are slow,
Yeah.
But even slow people are guilty of crimes, they're convicted. But this woman is not slow. This woman is an intelligent woman. She's
very intelligent woman.
Cunning. Slow people can't fix fake sickness to avoid going to South Beach.
Oh, okay.
You gotta be smart to do certain things.
Let's go home before they call you again. Let's go home. I'm gonna stay too much. Yep. Well, tonight, thank you guys so much for popping in here. I'm not gonna play the music for tonight. I'm gonna close with the Attorney General of the Republic of Liberia reading those charges again against Jewel Howard Taylor. There are small charges, a plenty. You're good there, Cole. It's a pleasure, man. Good night.
Jewel Howard Taylor has been formally charged in connection with the ongoing investigation into an alleged transnational narcotics network on the Republic of Liberia. But Howard Taylor was stopped from departing Liberia at Rabat International Airport and subsequently taken to the headquarters of the Liberian National Police. Following investigative procedures and a review of the evidence presented by the Joint National Security Investigative Team, she has been charged with the following offenses: Under the Controlled Drug and Substance Act of 2023, violation of Section 14.83, unlicensed importation of a controlled drug or substance. Violation of Section 14.85, unlicensed sale, trading, administration, dispensation, delivery, distribution, dispatch in transit, and transportation of a controlled drug or substance. And violation of Section 14.93, illicit trafficking of a controlled drug or substance. Under Chapter 10 of the Penal Law of Liberia, violation of Section 10.2, criminal solicitation. Violation of Section 10.3, criminal facilitation. And violation of Section 10.4, criminal conspiracy. Under the Anti-Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Law, violation of Section 15.2, money laundering. The government further announces that the following alleged members and organizers of the same transnational narcotics network have been similarly charged in absentia. 1. Nicola Avensi, a Croatian